and welcome everybody as we are here for the PIEA 2021 Fall Overwatch Quarterfinal Seasons match. It is an exciting day to be here starting off the playoffs. I am your caster, Rich Rad, here with LaFawn as we are going to get these 4 games underway today. My friend, it is an absolute pleasure to be here alongside you today for this matchup.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Rich Rad, I can already tell, like, the games that we have coming up on this slate for today are going to be extremely exciting. We have to talk, of course, about our first matchup, though, because that is, of course, the top of the broadcast as we have Mannheim Township High School's Blue Squad facing up against Garnet Valley High School here. So in our match number 1, we should have a really good one. And there's some history here.
Absolutely some history, but before we dive into that, we do want to take that quick look. We do have Rocket League tomorrow, while we do have the semis and grand finals on the 11th for Overwatch, and then Rocket League coming up on the 12th. But it actually looks like these gamers are going to get in pretty quickly here for this match. But like you mentioned, the history, the story, just this last season, we saw these two going head-to-head in the grand finals matchup, where Mannheim had the opportunity to claim a perfect overall season run over Garnet Valley as the 5th seed at that time, but got shut down in the end 3-0 with the upset where Garnet Valley took the bragging rights and the prizes home. And now going into this, it's a single elimination, my friend. Garnet Valley finding themselves a little bit lower in the seed, but they're still a team not to just sit idly by.
That is indeed true. That being said, we have to talk about Mannheim Township's position. They are our number 1 seed overall, so a lot of expectations here for them as we open up, and I expect big things from this squad as we get into Nepal for our first match.
With these doors opening, we do see a Reinhardt selection coming out here from Garnet Valley. They opt more for a little bit of that rush composition versus the dive composition from Mannheim to see who can claim this initial point first, LaFawn.
I was going to see that. Keep an eye out on Widow Only, who's ironically on the Doomfist, because that's going to be a lot of insta-kill potential available.
Ooh, nice boot from the back. Does get one instantly onto Repaid. Shutting down the Baptiste is going to be so critical for Mannheim to already take the early advantage of this. You've lost the support, you've lost the fight.
And this is a little bit unfortunate here for Garnet Valley, because even though the Lucio does go down for Mannheim Township High School, it's the Lucio in a high mobility composition such as Mannheim Township is running. It's not the most efficient pickoff, so you can see the swaps coming in actually from Garnet Valley early. They're going over to the Orisa, they're bringing the Cassidy into play, trying to just slow things down and put a lot more pressure on the Winston and the Doomfist here in the mid-fight, Rich Rad. The win condition really has to be using the stuns to stop the dive and then getting the eliminations. Mannheim Township, it's all about how quickly you can activate on those pickoffs.
You can already see some recognition down below from Sonata as they managed to actually get the early intel on the drop down underneath. You've got this rotation underneath from Garnet, though. See if they can potentially find value. Nice Bionade to draw the tanks back. Sleep Dart comes out. Beautiful Immortality Field, though, by Repaid in the back, managing to keep them stable. They've not been able to tread openly into the space just yet. Widow only peeks. Another beautiful Bionade stuck in this small room. Meteor Strike as well. You have no place to go. And that is Mannheim Township able to easily counter that position.
I really like the patience from Mannheim Township there, Rich Rad. Waiting until the cooldowns from Garnet Valley the defensive abilities are taken out of the equation, right? We talked about the Immortality Field. Once that's gone, you have no mitigation against the Doomfist, and Widow Only finds a lot of success. Now, heading to that 55% mark, the Primal Rage and Self-Destruct, a combo that could put a lot of work in the back line. This time, the Bionade denied by the Matrix.
Oh, nice early pickup. That's a huge opportunity now as they reach the 65%. With this cleanup from Mannheim, it's going to really only allow Garnet Valley to have one last opportunity, but they're still going to commit into this fight. They're not going to opt to draw back just yet with the D-Mech here as well. Attempting to get back into it, does manage to for the brief moment, but actually you do see Victory Rose go down in that exchange. So this is the last opportunity here for Garnet to get back into this, swap it over.
Mannheim Township's Lucio, Frogger wannabe living up to their hero, though. The Lucio play from this player has been spectacular. The environmental eliminations have been off the charts. I think up to like 6 now. That's been ending fights before they even begin. Self-destruct at the top here, so difficult to deal with.
Oh my goodness, 3 go down. Victoria Rose. We've seen this before, even in weekly highlights, how stellar this individual is with this diva play from last season into this season. Getting a pickup like that is huge to secure this first round, where it's going to be Mannheim taking that round 1.
100-0 shutout too. That is a clinical closeout of the round by Mannheim Township's blue. The other thing that really stands out to me from this squad, Rich Rad, is how efficient they're being with their resources. Not overcommitting. We're seeing one ultimate used, oftentimes none to kind of open up the fight, and it's putting a lot of pressure onto Garnet Valley. The adaptation is going to have to be a little bit quicker pace here from our team in red. Mannheim Township seems to have all the answers right now to the questions Garnet Valley is posing.
And as the seconds dwindle, we do see that Symmetra play to come out early, as we typically do, to try and opt for a quick position onto the point to see if they can prevent and gain a more defensive advantage. Because it's going to be interesting to see what it's rotating to. We've sometimes seen a little bit of an adjustment, but they're actually going to keep the Symmetra here.
Keep in mind, there's a fire on the other side by Widow only, and that's going to have a pocket too. That's going to be a lot of damage from the sky that really no one can kind of handle except perhaps Repaid and Snowy.
Nice wall, though, to block a little bit of the trajectory forward, as you do see Garnet Valley attempting to drop down below to the outer side. They do get the advantage. Nice takedown onto the front line. Victoria Rose is going to be extremely low and demeched, where this second round, it's a little bit more favoring into Garnet Valley. The Res opts for a little bit more engagement potential, but it's still secured by Garnet.
Coming down. Oh, that was a quick cryo field there from the May coming in, but Widow only has come online, and now the Far is starting to rain damage from above.
Yep, nobody able to really manage that Far play, just completely available to just lay waste to those that are on the ground. They should be able to take this advantage. Mannheim Township, with that rotation from Widow only, has been such a vital asset to this composition. Rocket Barrage to isolate the last few on the stairways, to pick them up, and they start to gain some percentage.
I like that adaptation from Mannheim Township, though. They technically lost that opening fight, but don't overcommit and run in the backline, right? They just play for those picks, play it to slow it down, and allow Widow only to farm up, the damage throughput until the support simply can't keep them in check. Garnet Valley just run out of resources. Keep an eye out, though, as they come in for this next one. The Amp Matrix will be available. That Fire Strike combo can be so devastating if it lands on the 200 HP heroes. So Garnet Valley looking for that as their opening gambit.
You can see still a lot of rockets being peppered in from that back position. Amplification Matrix going to give the boost necessary to try and force a little bit more of a defensive positioning back. Mannheim, nice shatter comes in, though, up front to knock down several, but the photon barrier is there to respond, blocking, so they have to aggress forward past it. High Noon comes out to get one onto the Symmetra, but only the Symmetra, with a Blizzard in return. Fusion as well coming out with the Earth Shatter to completely basically eradicate Mannheim from this position.
I want to highlight Fusion Bolt 64 there, because the Reinhardt actually did something pretty funny that worked out remarkably. The charge comes in, and usually that's a death sentence when Earthshatter is available, but manages to skip past it and actually boots the opposite Reinhardt outside the field of play. Can't follow up on the Earthshatter despite it knocking down 3, and then the Photon Barrier just denies any damage throughput for the rest of it, allowing Garnet Valley their first percentage to kind of tick back up now to about equal in the point percentage.
Sound Barrier committed. Nice attempt at the pin, but doesn't actually get the knockoff towards the outskirts with the shoulder bump. Amplification Matrix gets an opportunity for some damage, but you do see a couple of quick pickups by the Symmetra, even though, yeah, I was going to say, you're trying to drop down and hide there, Widow only, after that Rocket Barrage. You don't want to get picked out of the sky or your wings clipped, as there is a beautiful mid-air rocket shot onto the Baptiste.
The two characters trading each other out, right? The Baptiste gets the revenge as well, and then the fire from the grave. That being said, the point does tick over to Mannheim Township Blue for a small moment. So, Garnet Valley only going to have a small lead here in this next fight as Widow only makes the switch over. Now, you have the self-destruct to slow things down, as well as the Matrix to prevent Mannheim Township from even walking in.
Ooh. Aiden just gets obliterated walking into that Amplification Matrix. That's going to have to force back this positioning, but now they're sitting ducks. You see the aggression. They are pulling the trigger here for Garnet Valley to just completely prevent any sort of recontention. They want to secure the second round so they can make it go into the third, so they have not lost this first map. Again, first best to 5 in this lengthier day, as we've seen in the regular season. Now it enters into the overtime. There is a possibility of Mannheim turning this, but the Photon Barrier is going to make it a little challenging, LaFon.
Yeah, but that Shatter Gaze comes down too, and now the Turrets are actually putting a lot of work in. It's just the Reinhardt, and he can't get to the point.
Nope, not going to be able to do so. There is a proc of the overtime with a rotation from the flank, but there is a quick cleanup here once again by the Symmetra. As the longer that engagement goes, the more strong this Symmetra becomes as we enter into a round 3.
Remarkable stuff there. Calm under pressure, Fusion Bolt with the Reinhardt there. Willing to trade their life for the actual point, recognizing the win condition, recognizing the AoE damage the turrets are bringing to the table, just denies the ability to move. And the Symmetra is the beneficiary of it. Baguette, getting value even though they aren't in the middle of the fight. That being said, we now equalize to 1-1, head to Village now for this third stage, and we're looking to have a mirror composition in play. The double rush comp coming out, Rich, and expectations here is the team that gets the objective first, gets the May wall up, and is able to section off the front line is going to have a lot more success.
As the doors open, entering on to this final control round of Village, we will see who is able to make the statement be known for the game 1 of this quarterfinals between these two, as Aiden gets blocked off just slightly by their partner's wall from Widow Only, looking for a potential cheeky pin around the inner position, but doesn't manage to land anything since there is some reservation by Garnet Valley, waiting to see if they can peek this corner more effectively to get an early takedown, but nice defense matrix coming through consistently from Victoria Rose as they manage to eat a lot of those fire strikes along with some of the backline damage that is coming through, and honestly, Mannheim has played this perfectly so far.
Keep an eye on Fusion Bolt, though. Up to 80% of the Shatter, though. Aiden just got ahead of him right now.
Earth Shatter from the side! They are completely knocked to the ground. They have so many just on their backs, as this will be a final nail in the coffin for this engagement, and feeling pretty confident after that one.
Yeah, that was just Aiden Cantmeb getting over the top. Was significantly behind Fusion Bolt in Earth Shatter percentage, and then a fire strike through the majority of the team, vaulted them to having control of the ultimate, and then walks around the corner and just lays down the law, as it were. No one can respond. We're seeing a composition change up from Garnet Valley High School here as the Far Mercy comes into play. This being said, they need to walk to the objective and then use the Shatter from Fusion Bolt just to put pressure onto Mannheim Township here.
Nice elimination quickly onto the TP to try and make sure that they prevent that high ground, low ground transition to positioning. But walking into this microwave is going to be quite a challenge. You can see already just hyper-focus onto those to make sure that they can prevent the damage. Nice wall to block Fusion from escaping. The Immortality Field has to be committed. Shatter comes through. Only stuns Widow Only, though. In that usage, Fusion eliminated by Aiden up front, exerting dominance on this Reinhardt with the backline support, especially when you've got the sound barrier taking assistance. 70% and still continuing to climb here for Mannheim. They are in close proximity of closing this first round out.
This is more shades of the first round than the second one at this point, Rich Rad, because we're up to 80% here, and Garnet Valley have seemingly run out of room to work. Widow Only is going to have a Blizzard, and when you're in control of the objective, that ultimate can find so much value. You can see the May dancing around, looking for an opportunity to just section off the front line yet again. The elimination is likely to come through afterwards as a result.
Now the Blizzard, that's a big focus here. A massive win condition for Garnet Valley to take into this. They do toss it. The Diva was up on the high ground position from Victoria Rose, so she could not consume it, but goes down in exchange. There is a clean movement through from Snowy, while there is a counter positioning with Rockets just completely shooting the opposing doorway. They're being flanked from behind, but have to touch this point, managing to do so. That res coming out is also extremely critical to get Fusion Bolt back online, to have presence on this position. The numbers finally dwindle. This May being a nuisance in their back pocket and actually forces out the rocket barrage.
Yeah, this is big actually from Mannheim Township. They're committing the photon barrier here. They think this is winnable.
Now they want to try and round the corner now, and since they did have the TP to get their members back in quickly, Victoria Rose and Aiden come in with a swiftness, just completely punishing those that were on the point from Garnet. They are off the point, and because it was such an extended overtime, that is going to allow a quick cap towards the end of it, where we have now Mannheim Township Blue taking this first game on their way to this best of 5.
And And when I said that they thought it was winnable, indeed they were correct as they come in, as you said, with the teleporter. Here's the Lucio from Frogger, just coming in on the back line. Excellent usage of both the sound and healing, and the aim there, very, very stellar from the Lucio player. I mean, ultimately here, there has been a tale of 2 rounds, Rich. Rounds 1 and 3 and round 2. Garnet Valley very much in this competition, but Mannheim Township are looking to try and run away with it in map number 2.
And, you know, it's also a really nice highlight that we get to see, you know, the Lucio being the play of the game. Don't get to see that luxury too often. Support players always a little bit left on the side, especially when you've got like a 6-player Earth Shatter to come through. So that also makes me feel a lot better too for those support players. But with that being said, and as you mentioned, we still have so much ahead of us for the rest of this between these 2 teams. It is a long road for the rest of today and also coming this Saturday, but don't go anywhere. We're heading to a short break before we get this next game underway. Hello and welcome back, viewers, as we've already had one heck of a map 1, but we still have plenty more. I am Rich Rad here with LaFawn as we are entering into our next game, which is going to be on Kings Row. So you've already seen so far, we've got Mannheim Township Blue taking the first game of this possible 5. So now that we can go into this next one, LaFawn, the dynamic here changes because every team over the course of this playoffs has to all start on Nepal. So this is where variety and variation is really going to start coming out from selections, and I'm curious what we're going to have going into this as we do keep both teams on their respective sides.
Yeah, and I think something to keep an eye out for as we get through, some of the games today is that Kings Row specifically over the regular season has been a map where we've seen teams go to and often finish the map with time banks in excess of 4 minutes, right? We've seen a lot of that over the regular season. So here, Mannheim Township Blue, as they head to the defense first, looking to kind of play counter to that idea and trying to just slow the map down a little bit, Rich Rad. But it's going to be the rush versus rush early. And if Garnet Valley gets up to a good start, could open up that time bank that we're talking about.
And the biggest focus here I'm just constantly looking at, especially between these two teams, is that Reinhardt dominance. That was a huge factor we saw in last season, and some time has changed to see who can continue to prevail. We've seen Aiden get a little bit more of that upper advantage early, quickly onto the point. Nice mitigation with a fire strike into the back. Immortality Field has already been committed, though, coming out from Garnet Valley, and they need to throttle. They've managed to get rid of the Reinhardt. They have no ability to get that back quickly, as we've seen with Mercy prior, but there is a nice little bit of a drawback.
Yeah, good trade there as Citrus Fruit takes down the counter Reinhardt. So Fusion Bolt actually getting eliminated as well. The spawns are closer for the offense. You can see already Garnet Valley putting pressure on the objective once again.
And with Santana peeking the corner with the aggression up front. Flashbang comes through. Amplification Matrix, though, attempting to counter, but they've already bypassed it. They don't really get the value necessary, and you're going to have Mannheim on the defense. Look to get some early takedowns. You've got the Mei sitting, waiting into the lovely arms of Aiden, and that's going to be another quick pick.
And the second support partner chose this map to pop off because Citrus Fruit has come up clutch in this map already. Obviously, the elimination onto the Reinhardt, but then a brilliant Ant Matrix and well-timed Immortality Field. This Baptiste is doing literally everything for their team. Damage, support, it's all there. Keep an eye out now on the Earth Shatter duel because Aiden has it online.
Citrus is like, Frogger, you had game 1. I'll take this game 2 in my hands with the Immortality Field to come out early to mitigate a Blizzard, though, active immediately after, attempting to lock down multiple members. 2 are getting so close to be eliminated. There's the numbers. The sound barrier comes in by Frogger, but far too late. And this will be Garnet Valley taking that advantage and the patient play until that Immortality Field is eliminated.
Yeah, the second Blizzard doesn't actually find a ton of value. So the one who activates first activates best. And in this term, it is Garnet Valley who used the Blizzard, locked down the objective, and we actually saw continuing to be a little bit more aggressive on the Mei, takes out their counterpart yet again, and Garnet Valley rightly trying to find more eliminations to push the cart that much further.
Yeah, it just gives that free space for them to maneuver through this streets phase, but again, this is the one part to keep very close eye on because teams can become overzealous here, where they find themselves being punished and getting locked into that archway where it can be so hard to penetrate through.
I like this change from Snowy to the Zarya, by the way. Already has Graviton Surge, found the Diva wasn't providing a ton of value, and now that could be a win condition in and of itself if you landed on the front line clean.
Turn aggression, Amplification Matrix, and Self-Destruct just peeking over the wall. Actually skirts over the second defensive one, too, here for Garnet. They're being a little bit outmatched in this tunnel position, and here we are, standing in the choke point of this archway. And now it's going to be a lot on Garnet's shoulders to try and work their way through it.
That's just a good engage from Mannheim Township, right? The Mei wall into the self-destruct to put space down. You really love to see it. Here comes a side rotation from Garnet Valley as they try and find the flank as they look for a Graviton Surge. That's going to be everybody.
Big pull. You've got Citrus Fruit immediately launching out that. Oh, the Blizzard Eat! What a great counter! Citrus Fruit starts the return engagement with that Immortality Field to survive through the grab. Nobody could get any sort of additional damage because of Widow Only's wall, and this just goes awry, no longer in favor of Garnet.
That's just multiple players on the defensive end reading the play correctly and using the correct cooldowns in sequence. I make it sound easy. It definitely isn't. And you get to see the highlight right there. The wall, as you said, the Matrix. And now check out the corner where the Mei is hiding. Widow only looking for that Blizzard. This time, though, the rotation's coming from the high ground from Garnet Valley. So Frogger Wannabe notices them and plays with a little bit of fire, but gets that clean.
Amplification Matrix going to be committed. Wall is going to block some of the damage, but those pillars aren't going to stand tall for too long as you get a nice Deadeye pickup immediately after already getting some just completely disjointed play. Another quick team kill here coming out from Mannheim.
That was 3 ultimates used, though. So for Garnet Valley, that's not the worst situation, right? You got the Matrix, you got the Deadeye, and you got the Blizzard out without really doing anything to warrant that level of aggression. So this re-aggress, I would expect to see the Nano Boost being brought on the either the Reinhardt or Zarya and play around the Shatter here as quickly.
Oh, nice wall to separate the Reinhardt. Fusion's left alone in the corner, attempting to try and escape it. Ooh, Warrior Rose again, taking advantage of it. Counter Shatter underneath the payload. There is a well-timed bubble and assistance from the Lucio with the just coverage, but it didn't do anything to assist.
Yeah, that's just I mean, that's the kind of fight you needed for Mannheim Township Blue after the ult bonanza, if you will, in the previous one. Just win it out with a Shatter, right? That's all you got to use. Now Garnet Valley are up against the clock as there only a minute 20 left here as they approach the final fight.
And once again, looking to see if Widow Only can manage to get this wall to separate. Does actually get stuck into the corner grab as well. Blinding viewpoint in that corner as the self-destruct is actually tucked into the back. Nobody could keep track of it. Victoria Rose once again getting another 2K this time instead of the third with only now 60 seconds left to go. And this archway might just be where they rest for this first attack.
And the really terrible thing here, if you're a Garnet Valley fan, is that Widow only has Blizzard yet again. And there's no way for Garnet Valley to deny it. Well, Snowy makes the change over to the Diva, actually. So this needs to be a clutch play by the off-tank player here, because in a choke point, this Blizzard can put so much work down.
Slowly but surely moving through that catwalk, jumping out heavily, going to try and maybe find that Shatter. Does get the counter onto the Deadeye, so they will be able to press forward. The Immortality Field is committed in the return. Payload no longer going to be present near, because you just see Garnet Valley attempting to throttle this defensive side from Mannheim to put them into an uncomfortable position. This engagement does go in their favor, but there is an Ant Matrix in return with 2 going down. R. Santana comes in big and might just be able to completely turn this around with the utility of that Ant Matrix.
This time, though, is going to be punished by Baguette, who goes over onto the Cassidy in return. And where, I mean, Citrus Fruit, under pressure, still manages to find the trade. It should still be the fight won for Garnet Valley, but even when they're winning these fights, Mannheim Township Blue is making them expensive, and there is going to be a recontest in the second objective here for the defensive squad. You can see them posting up, waiting for the respawns to come in. They don't have a lot of resources available, but you're going to need the May to bring this Blizzard and have it land from Garnet Valley if you want to get the second objective.
Only way to get to a nice wall to lead. Immortality Field comes out just in time, but Aiden, with such a sliver of health, has to backpedal, attempting to get healed back up and topped off when they do have the nano boost lobbed into the fight for the backside, keeping Fusion in return up, as now the Deadeye and also Snowy with that self-destruct. You've got 1 elimination, 2 elimination already. Citrus Fruit coming out offensively to get the takedowns, and this is now Mannheim managing to isolate and prevent any more aggression. Snowy got a couple of great picks, but there is not enough more that you can have gained when you've got a sound barrier to sustain, and that is a round 1 completion, just shy of that second point.
The support line for Mannheim Township Blue has been stellar in this map. It started off with Citrus Fruit on the first half of the defense, and then Frogger made sure to close out the round on the end, right? That was 3 eliminations for the Lucio player and the sound barrier. That's just, I mean, the expectations for a support player is keep your team alive. Anything above that is just a bonus. And Mannheim Township support line is bringing it consistently, so you have to consider that as being one of the highlights of this team at this point.
And from what we've seen, even just recently, just in the high school scene, so many of these plays just and individuals really demonstrating such a high level of skill as they continue to go through their high school to potentially be, candidates for collegiate even. And it's moments like these when you're on these playoff stages to really demonstrate that. And it's been quite enjoyable to watch so far as we do take this swap of sides, where Garnet Valley is going to opt to go in for the Sigma Orisa play with a double shield and try and utilize what we've seen a little bit more so often with the Hanzo play as well.
Yeah, something I'm really liking from Mannheim Township, by the way, is the confidence, right? And it's not a misplaced confidence either. Those fights that they're retaking, they have a win condition in their mind, and they're going, this is what we need to do to win the fight, and then they're executing on those plays. Those are things that are the mark of a championship caliber team, and so something I really love to see here from the squad as they open up on their attack run.
Couple of early shots. It's just a body for a moment as Widow only drops down and opts to potentially take a different change of pace, but sticks onto the Doomfist. So now that they maneuver up towards this backline position, the utility is key in this rotation to try and take the high ground, but they're actually going to opt to go straight back to the main floor and rotate through Hotel here, Levon.
Yeah, this is a good read for the rush composition. Try and getting close, close the gap, and don't allow the double shield to set up. The Orisa shield has already been used by Fusion Bolt, right? So this next reset is going to be a problem to work on.
Only managing to bypass a little bit of that aggression up front, regrouping with the back line. Nice early takedown, though, from Garnet Valley, eliminating the tank, but 1-for-1 trade. You had R. Santana eliminate, and these numbers constantly going back and forth, but now gently favoring as you have R. Santana down below, but getting a little caught out in the open. And this Hanzo play up top is going to start really dealing out some damage onto these remaining few on the point, and it's going to prevent anyone from getting here. But since there has been so many eliminations and the spawns are closer, Mannheim's going to be able to grab this.
Yeah, very nice play there, actually, from Victoria Rose, who juggles aggression really, really well. Fusion Bolt just trying for a little bit of stagger, just to, buy time off the objective. Is not going to find it, so it's back to the respawn queue here. Now, I mean, here's the problem. The golden box of victory is not much further than just the early part of the second objective, and as the switches come through here for Garnet Valley, they don't have much in terms of utility. This Gravitic Flux is really all they have available to them. The Ant Matrix in just a moment as well, but you need to win the fight with ideally using only one or ideally none of these resources, just to extend the clock. Again, 4 minutes 40 here for the offensive team to close out the match.
Plentiful amount of time to work with for multiple attempts. Nice early takedown, though, instantly onto R. Santana to try and see if they can get the nice flux as well. But again, don't want to overcommit too much more. You want to keep this amplification matrix into the next fight, so you'll have a little bit of a nicer rotation too. The ultimates are starting to come online here for Garnet.
Yeah, this is now we're going to go to what I like to call a soft reset in terms of the aggression for both teams, right? Because Mannheim Township Blue is going to have their resources online here, right? The Graviton Surge is coming through, so too is the Deadeye, and of course, the support ultimate of the Sound Barrier to defend. Now, on Garnet Valley's side, though, they have the advantage of having the opposition have to walk into their Ant Matrix, which, as we all know, does, I believe the official term is a lot of damage. So, if Widow only can get this pick off, though, this is going to be the fight ended before it even begins.
I think they know, though. You can kind of see the positioning of the outline down under, that there is constant view up in that position with this Brig. And again, if you lock down the Doomfist, that's going to spell disaster. Engagement gets the Sound Barrier into the Meteor Strike. There is a Deadeye to take down one. Grab, they're all stacked up with the Immortality Field. You've got the Space Jam coming in with what a well-coordinated follow-up. This Mannheim coordination you talked about and highlighted when you said, you know, do this action, then this action. It sounds easier than it is to do. That beautiful play was so well done.
And the highlight mark of it too is how long Widow only waited, right? Waited for the team to eliminate the Immortality Field before committing the seismic slam to come in and get those eliminations. Now, this is final fight, 3 minutes, and the card's moving ever closer to victory. They can't even touch.
No, they can't. Mannheim Township right now exerting dominance. I mean, I can't believe how well. Here, Widow's gonna even get the highlight here. Widow only. Let's see it. Let's see it one more time, as it should rightfully be this. The grab, as you mentioned, the slow pace and timing to get so much damage onto this team. The rally armor mitigated some of it, but there's still a stellar follow through to just completely destroy Garnet Valley.
And what that means is that Mannheim Township High School Blue is now on match point. Rich Rad, they are one map away from completing the 3-0 sweep.
And again, this is a moment for them to relive how the playoff session went. They were 3-0'd against Garnet Valley, and they get to have a chance for redemption and to completely eliminate Garnet Valley, since this is a single elimination. So we will be heading to a brief break to allow Garnet Valley to have a moment of reprieve so they can hopefully turn this around to not allow this to be their final game. So don't go anywhere. friends, as we have now found ourselves on a match point, as LaFon had mentioned before, going to that short break as we are entering onto Route 66 for these two individuals. Again, just a refresher, Mannheim Township Blue is the one looking to close this out, and LaFon, Garnet Valley, has their work cut out for them to make this a reverse sweep with how well Mannheim Township has been playing.
That being said, there is precedent in the regular season for Route 66 to be the map that Garnet Valley steps up in a big way. The one that comes to mind immediately, Snowy getting a 2K self-destruct to close out an overtime fight on the second phase. So if there's a map that this team can find value, this is it. We do have actually a couple of substitutes coming in, so be aware of that. Judge is coming on the main tank role here for Mannheim Township Blue, taking the Wrecking Ball early, as we're getting a look at one of my favorite metas of all time, Richard. I have to say, this Wrecking Ball Sigma with the Ash, it's just such an interesting composition that puts a lot of pressure both in the front and back line of the opposition.
A breath of life. We get to see some versatility in these comps, and I would agree. Again, the Wrecking Ball, I just personally really enjoy seeing well and good quality Wrecking Ball play. It's actually just a sight to see as we're entering now onto this Route 66 match. We do have Garnet Valley attacking first. It's all on the line here for them to see if they can persevere through and maybe make the impossible possible.
Speaking of, shooting through a shield does not actually damage the people behind it. So they're looking to make the impossible is Santana. And there, in fact, it comes through. There's the headshot onto the break, who gets eliminated early. And that's going to be just the fight ended for Mannheim Township's favor.
Yeah, just great pickup here coming out for them early, again, utilizing the Wrecking Ball. Widow only a little bit, knocked out in the fight, but again, with that quick mobility, they'll be able to get back into this as you do Santana still pumping in quite a bit of damage as they're still moving this payload forward underneath the gas station. Nice dynamite to land to generate towards this 75%, as this Bob can almost be online 3 minutes, and they're underneath getting quite dominated by the Judge play.
This is something that actually, the Mannheim Township's playing this composition perfectly, right? The front line of Judge is actually a combination between the Tracer and the Wrecking Ball, putting a lot of pressure on the front line. There's a stable 4-player unit in the back line, which is the Sigma and the Ash, alongside the supports, right? And that damage that's coming through, a combination of just the distraction from that pseudo front line, alongside the stability of that back line, of that 4-player back line. The 2-4 setup has been incredibly efficient here, and now, has taken essentially half the time bank away from Garnet Valley. More critically, it hasn't even allowed ultimate generation to be done by the attacking team. Meanwhile, there's about to be 5 check marks on Mannheim Township's side.
Now, with half the time dwindling underneath, you can see that Bob is waiting to join this engagement. Stick underneath. Beautiful timing, though, by Rapade to get that immortality field out, but you've lost that utility now, and this is a chance for Mannheim from the top position to collapse down and gain value. But underneath, you still have Garnet Valley playing quite well and lucratively to get these couple of pickups, and should be able to get this towards the last final meters.
Bob gets taken out without getting eliminations. Snowy, I said this was the map that they excelled on, and they continue to show it. Stays in mech, too, after getting those eliminations. That is incredibly critical, because now you have self-destruct for the final recontest here, which, as Judge is going to likely try and use the minefields, will be able to put pressure not only on the health pool, but also on this ultimate by clearing it all away.
Yep, and you're going to see now Minefield getting a nice early takedown with that pile drive follow-through. Shield has been tossed into this, but a Transcendence coming through from Mannheim manages to give them a lot more sustain from Citrus Fruit, while Widow only rounds the outside underneath, attempting to get the final pickings that remain, and now it's just over 60 seconds. This is possibly the final fight here, depending upon how slow-paced they take this.
Speaking of slow pace, the stagger is coming through as well. They get a delayed elimination onto Snowy. Widow only is going to try and play for a pulse bomb pickoff here. If you can get rid of the one of the supports or even the DPS here at the outside of this fight, will likely spell the end of this round straight up. Baguette needs to get into play. Snowy going to make a switch over to the Roadhog, trying to play for that elimination. The halt hook combo here with the Orisa. But it's a Hail Mary, so to speak, right? Looking for that play that works once in 10 as they slowly make their way to the objective.
See, nice pickup though, at least to get rid of one on this, attempting to potentially get the res in time. Frogger is going to force out the Valkyrie, but 2 are eliminated. And this adaptation on the composition with the Roadhog getting that pickup onto Victoria Rose has allowed an opportunity. Amplification Matrix up top, attempting to just pepper in some damage from the upper side, but Judge once again with another minefield comes in and gets 2 eliminations with it. 6 seconds to go. You still have some potential contention here, but with the big boy on the cart and a hook landing, that Bob play doesn't come out in time, and now it's only Citrus Fruit with the Transcendence buying every second imaginable to hopefully get a respawn advantage here.
This is still not out, and Snowy is running out of HP, is slowly losing space. Citrus goes down, though, as Supercharger's committed here by the defense.
And now you're going to have Judge continuing to round the corner, keeping it in contention, going back in, but the Fortify is active. You've got Fusion Bolt here giving some assistance, and this is a lovely turnaround, though. The last few meters will be completed, and LaVon Garnet Valley is not out of this yet.
Yeah, they bite just a little bit longer. There's that halt hook combo, though. Our Santana is taken out before the hook even lands. Snowy doing a lot of damage, a lot of work on that first objective at the very end, and continue. The elimination on the Zen, this is brilliant. This is what you need. Just prevent Mannheim Township Blue from ever getting a true fight to buy yourself more space on the cart. That one, the hook goes just slightly wide. As a nice stick there. Snowy should stay alive there.
Yeah, take a breather, plus the Immortality Field committed into this, making sure that they keep him alive. And honestly, this kind of scrappy composition and just utility of the Roadhog has paid off quite well, but now they need to be very cautious that they've not overextended their welcome. Turret is placed up top to draw a little bit of attention away, but now 1 minute and 40 is there's still some high ground presence, LaVon, from this Mannheim Township position.
Snowy still continue just run circles around the defense here and has put so much pressure here onto the front line. There's the Gravitic Flux, gets 1. It's a good start for the defense.
And now you can see Widow only looking to try and round the outside, wanting to stay very clear of that Brigitte. If that stun comes through, it is going to spell devastation to their health bar. Now you also have our Santana playing a little bit more cautiously up top on the catwalk. The payload not really gaining too much value in movement just yet. It is halted for the moment as they attempt to push back in, but the res aggressively, that is way too far forward, Frogger. You are going to be instantly punished despite the res coming up, but they're still dwindling the time now here.
Yeah, this is still allowing Arsenal to get control of the high ground here, and the Ash is just not missing shots as they're ticking down to about the 40-second mark.
Santana looks for the dynamite, 6 HP. The halt is there, so you've got Baguette picking him up. 40 seconds now. The big man stunned. Hog play is eliminated by Victoria Rose, with Judge rotating around the outside. You have Transcendence also forced into this fight so that they can get space to bring our Santana back online. 30 seconds. The high noon is there, but it's only going to get 1, and it doesn't really ultimately gain any value for a return engagement.
This is now going to be the full reset from Garnet Valley. You can see Snowy goes over to the Wrecking Ball just to get the contest in on the objective. The only player who can do so, mind you. Widow only has also switched over to the Tracer yet again after going to the Hanzo. So this is going to be about contesting is now. I mean, this Supercharger is really the only saving grace they have, and Baguette's down early.
No, and you've also got some almost being completely eliminated too. Has to play back underneath. Flux, so many are going to be thrown up into the air. The Fortify at least buys a few seconds for the Orisa play, but it's not going to last long. The overtime's going to dwindle, and that should be the last couple of pickups. A Wrecking Ball has a hope and a dream to spin to win here. Even with the shielding, it's not going to be able to... I mean, the Discord orb placement too. They are so refined, utilizing that from Citrus Fruit, that this overtime is going to vanish.
Is still a remarkable recovery from Garnet Valley. Remember, they were down to about 7 seconds in that first objective. So getting some progress on the second point is still a better situation for them than they were looking at, considering how aggressively Mannheim Township Blue held them on that first objective. It's not a lot of room to work with, but it is some. And as I say, it's not over until it's over. Garnet Valley still have an opportunity here on this defense to try and bring this map back in their favor.
It's going to be a hold of a lifetime, but we have seen some miraculous holds before. I would not be surprised if we see more so that typical forward positioning, especially on this initial point, to try and get a full 6 regroup so that they have another opportunity to contest. I think that might be a little bit better of an option, but again, either can really work here if they feel confident in their composition from Garnet Valley to hold up near that gas station.
It's going to be important to scout out the offensive side, especially because they saw what came through on the defense, right? This dive composition, this mobility-based composition. So you have to recognize that, especially if there's a Sombra in play, that you don't want to let your tank get too isolated. That could be a literal end to the round before it even you get a chance to fight. That being said, this rush composition should be playing up close so you can get that brawl in before anyone can really set up. And you can see, in fact, they're playing through the train car here. A good read here from the defense.
I'm going to be up top, that close hold, like I mentioned, to try and see if they can get a full recontest if they do lose this fight early, but they're not looking to do so. Tracer play actually in the back, Baguette attempting to try and shut it down. They've taken out one, at least in the front. The Brig is no longer there, but R. Santana relentless in their pursuit onto Baguette, despite having the flashbang and crowd control necessary. And R. Santana is basically just left free to do as they wish, with the Discord orb coming out from Citrus Fruit, bobbing and weaving on the tops of these rail carts, and just stellar play, maneuvering around these high ground positions.
The focus fire from the offense there was clinical, right? We saw the Discord orb, and then two players immediately look, both Judge and our Santana, turn over to that player. It's like, all right, that's the next target. And then as soon as they were eliminated, move on to the next one. So quick reads here from the dive composition on the offense is Judge sitting here. Just this is going to be able to roll in very aggressively as the Tracer this time gets punished.
Oh, seeing if they can maybe find some value. A little bit deviated away. Widow only has to bail with this health pack to get back. Nice job by Snowy defensively to eliminate the Wrecking Ball, so they've at least somewhat stented the bleeding here, as there's still 2 minutes and 40 seconds to work with, and all of Mannheim's going to draw back.
Oh, that's a good deny on the pulse bomb as well. And if you can stay alive, that's actually going to be the Tracer going to lose that cooldown, because I think Arsenal might actually be switching to a different hero. Yeah, in fact, going over to Cassidy at this point, trying for a little bit more mid-range damage, likely to try and punish Baguette and Snowy, who played really aggressively in the front line here with the hit scan.
And with these 2 minutes left, there again is so much riding on the defensive shoulders. This reigning Overwatch Spring State Championship team is looking to try and hold their own, as you do have R. Santana still putting in a lot of damage. That EMP comes through up top, knocking out two. No ability. Snowy just kind of a sitting duck at this point. Really left in the open that they will be able to get the takedown onto the mech and reach this checkpoint, as they've got the golden box of victory right in their sights.
The big hero of that fight was Citrus Fruit. And how many times have we said that before, Rich? At least twice, as the Zen comes in with a couple of clean shots onto the DPS, and the elimination is there. And then, of course, takes out the Cassidy, and there's the range damage gone. Now Garnet Valley are trying to set up for a pull into the self-destruct, I would expect, as they try to get to the objective.
Santana playing that outskirts position, Widow only with this steady, patient, organized play to work as a unit. We've seen it before from Mannheim. Nice engagement. R. Santana gets two with the dislodgement from this Wrecking Ball play. A team kill comes through, and it's going to be a challenge to get into an advantageous position for these last meters.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, you can see already setting up his Judge, just playing, gatekeeper to the point. Snowy comes in on the Wrecking Ball for the contest, but the Deadeye is going to be here from R. Santana as Garnet Valley tries to walk out.
Baguette has the Deadeye, has to try and find some value underneath, gets sought out, can't even move out into the open space to find value. 9 HP left alone. Judge comes in with the gavel to put that final moment necessary on the back line. That is going to be Mannheim Township Blue taking this third map and pushing them through into the semifinals for our first quarterfinal game of the day.
Dominant performance here from Mannheim Township High School Blue. Just complete control. We can see here, look at that team coordination in this play, right? Judge is the beneficiary of the highlight, but it's a team effort, and that is the difference maker in this series. Mannheim Township have come to play, Rich Rad. They, they're taking the feedback from their last run through and said, no, this is the run for us, as they fulfill the 3-0 here to move on from the quarterfinals.
And again, something to still, really hold high. They played so coordinated. And again, as we mentioned, taking down now in this single elimination, the Overwatch Spring State Champions, Garnet Valley High School. So They've managed to get already quite a competitor out of these remaining 8 and moving on. And we still have so much Overwatch ahead of us today. Again, we have 4 games, all quarterfinal matchups moving in for the rest of this evening, as it's going to be LaSalle College Gold versus Bishop McDevitt Gold. And, you know, LaFon, if this is how today is going to be with this first game so far, I'm pretty stoked.
Yeah, we are seeing some spectacular gameplay in terms of coordination, in terms of understanding of the game. I think we're seeing some very strong Overwatch players stepping up, and it's exciting. I think the other thing that's really cool, Rich Rad, is that we've seen across different maps, different compositions. There hasn't been this concept of a team just sort of sticking to a one-trick comp, right? It has been flexibility. It has been that ability to kind of play around what's strong per map, and I think that bodes extremely well for the games as we go forward. And again, just a quick highlight as to what those games are going to be upcoming. As you said, LaSalle College Gold taking on Bishop McDevitt Gold next. Susquehanna Township Red coming up after that against Chambersburg Area White, and then finally, filling up the day, North Catholic against Conrad Weiser. Again, Mannheim Township punched their ticket to the semifinal, awaiting the victor of this next upcoming match, and it should definitely be an exciting one.
Yeah, and they get to sit back and watch their competition for the rest of the day, which is also a nice perk for being the first team to go in the matchup. So they get to get all the information and data to carry into what we're looking to see on Saturday. But don't go anywhere, friends. We're going to be heading to a short break before we get this next one underway. So make sure you get your drinks, some snacks, and come back for some more action. Don't go anywhere. friends, as we continue on for the day. We've already seen one of the 4 quarterfinal games for this best of 5 today, and now we're looking to get into our next game, which, as we said before the break, it is going to be LaSalle College Gold versus Bishop McDevitt. LaFawn, it has been already a stellar day, and I cannot wait to get into another game starting off on Nepal.
Yes, and that's actually something to highlight as we continue forward. First map will always be Nepal, and thereafter the team that loses the map will then pick the next one. So keep an eye out for that, because that means that as we get further into the series, we could see some spicy picks, right? We may not always go to the same map consistently. That being said, as we kind of open up here, this is going to be, I think, a battle of the teams that try and flex a little bit of their creativity with the compositions, right? Less, I would assume, standard compositions and more along the lines as we're opening up right away with the Junkrat, for example, here on this first stage. A lot of spam damage coming in on the low ground from LCHS Gold.
Yeah, and I like to see the Junkrat when it comes to a lot of games. I personally just feel it brings so much chaos, and any type of shield that you have is going to be completely eliminated in every engagement, as now you do see that high ground position going to be pressured first before attempting immediately to the low ground where the control point is, favoring a little bit more so of this Bishop Devitt positioning. Nice couple of pickups, though, coming in from LaSalle on that outskirts, and the Reaper attempting to just escape, but doesn't find the other side of that wall and does get picked up.
Tropics, the Cassidy player, just showing why hit scan is so strong, especially when you have a Mercy blue beam on the back end of it, right? That damage just comes in so much quicker. As ooh. That's pretty nice from Wet Napkin there, as the direct comes in from the Junkrat and just forces the soldier to play a little bit more cautiously. Well.
Tropics comes in with some sunshine and rainbows, as you've got now this Deadeye available on the backside, attempting to really just see where they want to hold the choke. And, I mean, at this point, Bishop needs to play so cautiously going into this.
Yeah, LaSalle College doing a great job of just preventing their opposition from walking into this choke. Again, that's where the Junkrat is the strongest, right? Look at this damage that's coming in, and the Deadeye is already available.
Oh, big response with the flashbang. Riptire gets 2. That's just a stack of value coming out from LaSalle. And again, they've, committed only really the one ultimate while the rest can continue to generate.
Oh, no. Oh, no, the confidence.
Oh, Wet Napkin.
Finds the Ana. Cool people don't like explosions. Rich Rad?
No, they don't. They never do, and don't ever think it, and that's exactly what Wet Napkin is doing.
Oh man, just the sheer confidence to walk in.
Would you almost say that it's kind of like blowing your nose in a napkin and not looking at it? Like, I'm sorry, that was a little off, but you just have to pick up through it. It's another attempt now for Bishop to go into this, but they're getting slaughtered.
That is just again, even with the Reinhardt getting taken down, Tropics on the flank has just been otherworldly. Not only do they get those the flashbang down, but the consistent headshots, not just the first one, but the second one too, is not allowing anyone to react in time. Raven Resmi is just struggling to find time to get in, as the Graviton surge prevents anyone from touching the objective, and that's going to be round 1. Overtime was technically brought in, but that's going to be the round.
Yep. And there's a Wet Napkin Riptire just in case for insurance policies. But, I mean, you hit the nail right on the head. Tropics on this flanking position and left uncontested is the win condition right now. They have to acknowledge this play by Bishop.
Yeah. Something I would like to see is try and isolate the flanking player from LaSalle College as they kind of walk in, right? Because here's the thing. If there's one player constantly on the flank, right, but then there's 6 players facing that one player, then all of a sudden the 1v6 is almost certainly not going to happen. Rather than what's currently going on is sort of a one player getting on the flank and just putting a lot of spam in. So it's a 1 versus 0, really. And if they can sort of approach it that way, then they could be in a good position as they get the teleport to try and get to the objective faster. Oh, Lamslaw's just...
Oh, no! Yeah, just that subtle microsecond that's going to have to force Lamb to run a little bit faster, or hoping to. Already have presence onto the point. Let's see if that's going to spell devastation for them. Barrier still comes in, though, from the backside, so Lamb Sauce doesn't get completely lack of value as Tropics moves to the outside, does get picked up by their counterpart. Raven quickly acknowledges the positioning, but a 1-for-1 exchange. Lost that mobility from the Doomfist and high damage in the back as Wet Napkin continues to lay waste with the grenades. This is a scrappy skirmish. There is still point presence from LaSalle, and they managed to claim it first.
Yeah, the bubble's going to keep Lamb Sauce alive, but the problem is the Reinhardt here can just hold shield and make the Zarya that much more tanky. And in fact, there it is going to come through as the frontline duo goes to find work in the backline and eliminates the remainder of Bishop McDevitt. Back to the respawn is the team in red here, and I mean, LaSalle College here has the biggest win condition established as they have the Graviton Surge and all the damage in the world to back it up.
And with already 30% obtained, you can see Wet Napkin up top, looking to get a couple of ricochet shots off that wall to generate that. Actually goes for concussion mine early to try and knock him into the trap. Almost gets him locked in place. Barely evades. Now they walk towards that side angle towards the elephant positioning. And the Deadeye is available from the Cassidy, trying to get their counterpart once again. Raven has to flee. It can't seem to get any value here as the re-engagement is going to be quite a challenge. Amplification Matrix comes in as a shatter is blocked. Shield up front mitigates it, and now all of a sudden you can see the aggression comes through again by LaSalle.
Raven Resmi tries to bring the Deadeye out, but is going to be ineffective, and that's going to be the team wipe there. Kachao actually uses the Transcendence to stabilize the team, so Lamb Sauce should have an uncontested Graviton Surge once they get rid of the Immortality Field. However, time is certainly not the friend of Bishop McDevitt, as it's 75% and counting on the objective to the 2-0, and I don't know that they've scouted this Riptire in the corner, as Wet Napkin looking to just end the hopes before they even begin.
I mean, they need to just figure out exactly where their positioning is. A lot of intel being told, but there is some multi-positional advancements coming through. But with Soggy already getting one onto Lamb Sauce, this is just going to spell disaster. The grab comes in to make sure that they can lock those remaining. A Riptire in the black gets two. That's going to be both the Cassidy and Ana eliminated as the rest fall in suit. And you have LaSalle College Gold coming out very dominantly against Bishop Devitt right now and taking this first map.
That is a statement game if I ever saw one from LaSalle College Gold, Rich Rad, right? It is the 200-0 in percentage on the objective. And, you know, not to count out a team, there is still a lot of time to recover. But if you're a player on LaSalle College Gold, you're feeling very, very good about the outcome of this series, at least after one.
Absolutely. And again, this is something that we've all been able to at least see them prepare for, since this is, as you mentioned, the consistent map after, you know, all of these for the rest of the playoffs, really. And, you know, now going into this next map, it will be Bishop that does have map selection, so that could put it a little bit more into their favor, but time will tell as we do shortly have a break here before entering into that game to give these players a time for decision making on where they would like to take us. So don't go anywhere, friends, as we'll be back in just a hot minute. Welcome back, my friends, as we continue on for another game here. This is the second that we've got today of our quarterfinals. For those that might just be tuning in, we've already seen map 1 for this best of 5 go in favor of LaSalle College Gold, where we're going to see if Bishop McDevitt on this map of Kings Row is able to swap it up a little bit to see if they can get the advantage. LaFon, we saw quite a dominant performance here by LaSalle. And, you know, at this point, there's going to be a lot that we need to see from Bishop to really start to turn this around. And Kings Row, I think, is the place to do it.
Yes, this is a tried and true map, right? One that I would consider, if not solved, then at least well understood, right? In how teams approach it. And off the opening, we're already seeing a very consistent look in terms of the front line. Again, though, the defense here from LaSalle College continuing to run the Cassidy and Junkrat, something they found a lot of value with on map number 1, and they're hoping to continue. I think the trap specifically from Wet Napkins was really excellent. A lot of times isolating, single targets that couldn't escape, and there was no defense to find it. So that's really what we're keeping an eye out here, or at least I am in this round as they start to get underway.
I myself am keeping a watchful eye on it because we've actually seen quite a bit on rare occasions in the more elevated collegiate play. I've seen Junkrat on several occasions be very defensively used. We've seen Northwood, amongst many others in the collegiate scene, use it aggressively to try and hold defensively. So we'll see if they can manage to play here just as the collegiates do. With Wet Napkin looking to try and get some shots through that hotel positioning, lobbing a trap there just in case if anyone treads into that open space. And honestly, it's really just trying to mitigate that incoming damage. The Hog from Lamb Sauce goes in. The back does get eliminated. No take a breather or assistance from the back line to keep him alive. And that's going to be LaSalle coming in very dominantly on this first defensive skirmish.
The reaction from LaSalle College is instantaneous. And I think that's the most impressive thing about the team, right? Is that when they see that opening that is given to them by their opposition, they instantly take it. There's no waiting. There's no trying to, make sure that it's an actual opening. They just find that opportunity and execute. And that has given them a lot of time. Now Wet Napkin, of course, up to the Rip Tire, ahead of literally everyone else in the lobby by at least 50%.
Yeah, I mean, 3 times that total value that we've seen from everyone. Nice hook, though, to get the Reinhardt out of the open. Big pickup as well. The Rip Tire could just be the equalizer, getting 2, both the main tank and the utility support. There's some actually decent play coming in by Raven, and they've got the respawn advantage. This could be a chance to try and push onto this point with the advantage, unless they do get the shutdown onto the Roadhog. But the take a breather is going to keep them healthy and still keeping LaSalle alive on this point.
The Graviton Surge is going to be slowly kept up. Okay, if Zarya had stayed alive, that would be a big difference. But no, they eliminate the off-tank there, and the respawns just aren't quick enough to keep them in contention. This should be a LaSalle College giving up this objective here. They're still thinking about contesting.
Going for the shoulder bump, manages to get an Earth Shatter behind. Only 1 stun, but that could be enough to turn this around with an amplification matrix committed, and Wet Napkin coming in with a triple kill, quadra kill, and even gonna flaunt the emote, giving a lovely rest and letting that peg leg get some relax.
I mean, listen, if you take everyone down, you take a little nap there. You deserve it. You earned it there. And Wet Napkin is up to another Rip Tire, by the way. That's the second one in as many fights. And I mean, with the Graviton Surge combo, you have the Nano Boost. This is just a wealth of resources here for the defense.
Soggy up front, still mitigating, continuing to try and give that assistance necessary. And with another early pickup here from Wet Napkin, only 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. It's going to be really, really challenging to push through. They have to get some value with... Oh, and the Rip Tire gets just insult to injury. Insult to injury here from Wet Napkin.
Yeah, that's going to be... Oh, and there's stagger eliminations, too. Oh, no. This is disastrous here for the offensive squad. It's now less than 1 minute on the clock, and the Graviton Surge still has not been used. I mean, you're looking at a last fight situation where even though you have so many resources, you need an opportunity to use them, right? And it's just not being given to the team in red here. I would expect you just need to go quick and try and find, just use the Shatter and the Blizzard simultaneously here if you're the offense.
Oh, Bionate comes through, and you have so many committed into this. It is 5 ultimates. The only one holding is Raven, but you've got 2 eliminated. Tropics in the back gets a huge advantage. You've lost the utility. You're solely relying on lower. And you've even got the pickup on the rotation from Raven. Tropics falling back. They're aggressing onto this. They've gotten 2 ticks, almost 3. This ebb and flow from LaSalle has managed to keep them in this fight longer than anticipated despite the respawn. And you finally have Bishop McDevitt coming in with the opportunity to take this into that payload phase.
Think how close that was, though, Rich, right? That is so much pressure on you in a, like, mentally, right? You're in a fight that you should be winning, and the defense says, no, we're going to come back in and we're going to make you fight for it in overtime on top of it. So this has been not just a game in the mechanics of it. LaSalle College doing a great job in the, the other aspects of the game, the mental pressure as well, to really put a struggle in. Again, Earthshatter here from the Reinhardt, if they find a break in the offensive shield, could just slow down this cart to a complete halt.
Soggy now with the Earthshatter up front getting 1, so that's at least some kind of value. Riptire in the flank, goes for 2 and gets another. There has been consistency with every Riptire, at least an elimination, and getting 2 consecutively. It's just huge value that Wet Napkin is bringing to this.
Yeah, I mean, that's been, I think, what, 4 consecutive tires that have gotten at least a double.
Yeah.
That's just massive value. It basically guarantees a fight, right? And you can see now, doing a great job just farming up our energy to get this Graviton Surge online. 15%, 9% remaining here to just lock everyone in close and deal damage.
Oh, that's going to be enough to get it with the damage onto Zeglen, with now the Immortality Field coming out. Double grabs, the lights go flashing all around, but once they settle, you see in this rave fest of a light show, it's going to go in favor of LaSalle, with Wet Napkin again just laying waste to those in close proximity.
And something that I want to highlight there from Wet Napkin is that they use the primary fire, then a concussive grenade, then they use the trap and bump lamb sauce into it, right? So the Zarya no longer has the ability to dodge the damage throughput. And just a clutch play coming in from the Junkrat player here from LaSalle College Gold as they look to finalize this map defense here on the second phase of Kings Row.
20 seconds remaining. As you do have the support ultimates going to be unleashed. You begin with the amplification matrix to try and draw back LaSalle into this corner so they can push it even further. Again, just attempting to get as much value. Earthshatter comes through. 3 knockdown with the Bionade, just leaving everyone vulnerable to any damage that can be laid on top. Thick as a team kill comes out. The bell shall toll on the Knights of Kings Row, and that will be round 1 complete as we take the swap of sides.
And this now means the LaSalle College Gold only has to go about less than halfway through the second objective to take the second map. Again, that yellow box of victory just so tantalizing here for the team in blue. And I mean, definitely defensive work cut out for Bishop McDevitt as they stare down what looks to be the end of Kings Row.
And we're going to take a look at that defensive side composition first, because, again, this is where it's going to have to be a very fortified defensive position as we are attempting to, root for them to try and compete, because, again, they are going quite up against a hurdle with their seating placement, but are confident that they can get an opportunity to take advantage of this defensively. We're going to see actually a little bit of an adoption of composition here, and they're going to bring out the Junkrat themselves.
And I mean, Raven Resmi has mechanically been quite good in this series, right? So I don't have any doubts that they can step up in a big way. I think really the difference in the series so far has been the fact that LaSalle College Gold just pulls a couple of fights, through hero plays. In fact, the only reason the Riptire doesn't get 2 at the last fight is because everyone had been eliminated so quickly. So I think that's kind of where Bishop McDevitt need to isolate moments. Just slow the game down as much as you can. Don't allow those flanks to come in. Certainly easier said than done from the commentary booth, but that is going to have to be how they approach this defensive side of the map.
Yeah, it's always one thing for us to comment, but execution is an entirely different story. Wet Napkin coming in with the Genji, attempting to try and get the counterplay. The 1v1 in the corner, trying to deflect the damage, and there is a trap that's going to be able to shut that Omnic Ninja down. As you do have a rotation back to the point, and already a small win here for this defensive position.
Yeah, Wet Napkin gets a little aggressive in close with Junkrat, and I mean the first dash was nice, but yeah, the longer that fight goes, the more likely Junkrat's going to find value. Now, not a great start though, as the Mei goes down, and a lot of work being left out here for the defense.
Wet Napkin keeping an idle. Oh, but the front line's just going to push, and you're going to easily take that over once you find the first domino being knocked over. The rest fall in suit, and this is where Wet Napkin is just going to play hyper aggressive to start generating towards that Dragon Blade.
The Ghost Dash, okay, that one unfortunately does not get the reset. The bubble's there though, but great peel from the defense. Okay, excellent work by the supports to keep them alive and not allow this Genji to get the dash resets to return. Good sleep. They need to get that elimination. Oh, that is extremely unfortunate. That means that the Graviton Surge is going to be up with full energy here in the middle of this fight.
That's going to be extremely devastating and hard to mitigate when you're pushing this far forward. The Grav continues to grow near, and this is a chance to go into it, waiting for that defense matrix to fall. It does, and now Lamb Sauce can't consume it. Tropics comes in with an elimination, but there is some play by Raven because the Immortality Field came out to sustain through the damage and manages to push back.
And again, Wet Napkin actually dashes into another trap, so that's 2 for the trap here on this defensive side. That being said, LaSalle College is actually not giving up that much space. They're right back on the card.
Yeah, the respawn advantage helping them greatly as they do have the Deadeye now to come out to potentially find some value. Actually, I think it's going to be canceled there as they've got the Bionade landing. 2 going to be hit by it. Earthshatter around the corner only gets 1, hoping to get Tropics. They finally eliminated, but a Riptire swivels around the corner, and you see the takedown onto the Baptiste. Solely relying on the Ana heals now. The Nano Boost is still online, does get tossed. Nano Blade active and ready to eliminate with every swift slash as a multi-kill comes through in the kill feed. Wet Napkin holding everything despite the traps, able to come back and push it to the golden box of victory. What a miraculous play at the end.
That takes just absolute confidence in yourself, in your team, and LaSalle College through the series have done just that. We're going to see that highlight once again, Rich Rat. It was so good. We have to see it twice. And in fact, reads the call. You can see, looks back to the on and says, give it to me, we're going. Finds the resets, gets through, and that's going to be 4 for the play. And then a nice clean right click to get the 5th at the very end, as LaSalle College Gold now put themselves at match point, 1 map away from the 3-0.
It has been a long time since I've seen some Genji play, and that right there just has managed to make me a happy camper for the day. But again, we're still not done yet. It is still another match to go. But again, we do have, as you mentioned, match point. It is an opportunity for Bishop to take this break once again to see if they can pull a reverse sweep. Weren't able to see it earlier, but maybe Bishop can do something different to start it on that way. So don't go anywhere, friends, because we'll be getting this third game underway between these two on the other side of this break. Welcome back, my friends, as we are here for another map coming in onto Junkertown next, as we do see, once again, almost kind of like a deja vu here, LaFon, where we do see a 2-0 map score so far, but we'll see if history can be changed in what we've seen previously.
I really like this selection 2 of the map, right, as we get set for this third one, because we are headed into Junkertown for this escort affair. And I think one of the things that we have to kind of highlight is that there's an opportunity now for the offense to kind of play it a little quicker, just, put pressure on the flanks, something they didn't really have an opportunity to do on the first couple of maps. So I really like this selection as we get set for this third phase of the series.
And also, for all of those tuning in right now, this is mandatory action, as all Junkertown players should feel. You always destroy the motorcycle. That never goes undone, and if it does, you're doing it wrong.
Fun fact.
But
fun fact, way back.
I mean,
when the
go ahead. No, I need to know the facts.
When the map first came out, that would actually crash the server.
No, I did not know that. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. That's like the more you know kind of moment where, like, the star comes overhead or something. But now we're going to be entering it onto this, as you do see a Bastion play from Wet Napkin. We've already seen a Junkrat, a Genji, and now a Bastion play. Something on the defensive side. I'm curious to see what kind of value it can bring here, LaFon.
A lot of pressure is what it brings primarily. You can see Raven Resmi on the flank as the Reaper just teleported behind, but while that's happening, the front line has disappeared.
Yep, they're just falling rapidly, and that shield cannot be up for long. Wet Napkin uncontested with Z Mortality Field, and shield is constantly being a problem. And I mean, at this point, well, with Wet Napkin playing aggressively like this and opening up a little bit, that could be a chance, but they've got already the tank configuration online.
Yeah, like, I mean, that's not even one fight in. Like, a minute in and there's already an ultimate in play. That's big. Good sleep, but, I mean, that's not really going to be able to stabilize much. And now sitting up on the objective, you can see Wet Napkin trying to find that elimination.
I mean, doesn't even have to go in sentry mode. Just sitting here, just autoing and moving for days, since there is so much being fueled and looking for potentially a flanking position. Tank configuration coming out, blasting the back line. You've got the Baptiste sitting in their grave on Junkertown. And now you've got at least Wet Napkin taken down. The respawn advantage. This is an opportunity for Bishop McDevitt.
Ooh, what a flick there from the Cassidy Tropics coming in big. That's going to be 2 out in, that's going to be the push ended. Wet Napkin smartly making the change over to Hanzo here. Oh, and Tropics just does not allow them to get back in.
Nope, not at all. You're gonna another pickup, another one, and another one, and one, and just over and over again. As Tropics comes out clutch, whenever Wet Napkin's not there, they sure know that they can leave the space open for their co-DPS.
And I mean, now you're looking at a combination supercharger and amplification matrix. That's just, I mean, how do you push into it, right? You can see switches coming in. It's going to be the dive comp here, but realistically, the defense just has complete control over the choke. And you can see continuous spam in damage. LaSalle College feel like they're in just preventing the offense from finding space to work.
Ooh, big flashbang, but nice fade to make sure that they can escape that. Raven will be able to live another day, as they do get a little aggressed on by Wet Napkin. The dash reset comes through to eliminate the Baby Diva. Minute and 25 seconds to go, and this is going to be a sitting duck of an Ana in the corner, hit by a bio nade. So another reset comes out, and another attempt chalked up on the board.
To add insult to injury, that was actually the Ana's own biotic grenade that was deflected back at them. So Lower just struggling in that corner. And I mean, now you're hitting in a minute remaining. The Dragon Blade's going to be available. The alt combos are off the charts. LaSalle College High School Gold, it's all about execution at this point. They have all the tools they need to close this map out. Now they just need to make sure they don't all commit them at once.
Down to raw and utter play style with these adjustments towards the end from Bishop McDevitt as they attempt to try and get harassment in the back. They do have a nice pickup, actually. They remove the McCree, so it opens up space for the Doomfist, but meanwhile, you've got the Dragon Blade coming out, instantly picked up Lamb Sauce. Great responsiveness to shut that down, but there's still a lot gained here, and they've got 3 ultimates for LaSalle to carry over in these 25 seconds, and they're holding once again.
Yeah, the supercharger in the late stage of the fight there. It's just the Pilot Diva contesting, and it takes exactly 1.5 Hyper Spears worth of damage. And I guess the extra half is just for good measure as they just clean up the remaining members. 12 seconds remaining. I would like to see the Beyblade come in, which is the Nano into the Death Blossom on the objective.
With this final moment here, but gets instantly shut down by the Deadeye. The opportunity was completely put in check, and now the overtime will not last long with the cleanup again, and you're even going to get some fancy dagger work here by the wet napkin play, as we are going to take a swap of sides, LaFon.
And I mean, now we're looking at what is game, set, match point on not even halfway through the phase of the first point on Junkertown. And if they're going to open up with a Bastion on defense, if LaSalle College Gold flexes that out, then the Pirate Ship, which is the offensive side of the map running that same composition, it can be just so much more threatening as we see the golden box of victory set up. And the objective is literally not even around the corner at this point. Junkertown, we're not even going to see this gate open up.
We get a lovely bird's eye view of it. Junkertown will be living on in their minds as they know this is the final moment. And again, Bishop McDevitt has found themselves in the playoffs. They have been worthy of reaching this point, so they might be able to pull something out. But you mentioned it, on this attacking side, it is going to be a tall task with where that golden box of victory is. You cannot have any mishaps here, and they're going to come out with this lamb sauce hog play. And hopefully it will bring enough mayhem and scrappy plays to get them a defensive hold.
Well, Junkertown is the home of the Roadhog. That is categorically the country they're from. So we'll see Australia being the home. We'll see if there's a stealth buff coming in for the player, as that's something they need as the dive composition comes in. And oh boy, if this Discord orb gets applied to any target, then the combination of the tanks and the Genji, good night.
Not having the best of time getting to the high ground, but does get the rebound off the bridgeway so that they can get up top for Tropics to get a quick cleanup. Already losing 2 defensively, and there's that Discord orb just coming in valuably onto both of the tanks. This is going to be swift work coming through. There are a couple of trades coming out, but they will not be able to get any sort of value to try and slow this momentum. Flashbang from up top. Tropics has been laying waste, and just overall, LaSalle has come in to claim this victory and find themselves moving forward to our semifinals for Saturday, going against Mannheim Township Blue.
And that is going to be an exciting one for sure. Rich Rad, 2 teams that made quick work of their opposition, the 3-0 both times for this quarterfinal berth as they head into the semifinals. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one for sure, as we get to see the highlight here. Yes, the Ant Matrix into the Deadeye. Just no chance for the Reaper to even get out of Wraith form, essentially, as that is going to be the map just solidified here. LaSalle College Gold, move on.
And we're finding ourselves halfway through the broadcast already with just 2 matches completed, but we still have 2 more to come, friends, as we do have Susquehanna Township Red going up against Chambersburg Area White. Still a lot more Overwatch action, and we're actually going to give them some time before entering into this because of how swift this was. So you'll get a little bit of a break here before entering into it, so don't go anywhere, as we'll be back with that next game between those 2. Welcome back once again, my friends, as we are here to continue our third quarterfinal game of the day. I am Rich Rad here with LaFon, as we've seen two very one-sided 3-0 matchups. But now, as we get into our third, we have Susquehanna Township Red versus Chambersburg Area White. And with their seed placement, I'm curious to see how these two are going to battle it out, being so close in proximity, LaFon.
Yeah, this is all when you have, seeds that are relatively close in kind of the matchup, you always wonder, how is this opening map going to really play out? Because that kind of sets the stage, for how the rest of the series can go. So very much high expectations here for both these squads. And I mean, already playing up to a little bit of a difference, right? The control point, seeing very different compositions here as we head to the indoor map here on Nepal. And on one side, you have the Wrecking Ball for their aggression. On the other, a little bit more stability with the Orisa in play. So Spartan versus Zeets, very different look, but both main tanks going to be setting the pace for their team.
And with Zeets playing to that opposite side to potentially look for a maybe early boop. There's a nice harassment by the Tracer play. Going openly into a flashbang, though, is never a comfortable moment. Zeets has to fall back. We've seen some stellar play from them as well consistently through highlights previously on this play. And honestly, it's going to be more so that Chambersburg is going to allow this positioning up top to give way towards that control point, since they're not able to really find a good angle to drop down just yet.
And actually, we're seeing an adaptation from Susquehanna Township already, right? Dropping the Tracer. I mean, you're not against a Cassidy and a Torb, you're not going to find a lot of value. So going over to the Ash, and already the long range is paying dividends as they isolate the players in this close quarters, Rich. And yeah, that's just going to be the cleanup crew coming in. As getting to the point, just dealing spam damage and then preventing them from really recontesting, all the while, dealing damage. Another thing to highlight here, Rich, is as you look at the Ash, they just switched over to that character, already up to 70% of the Bob.
Yeah, it's lightning fast how much value was brought by adjusting onto that Ash play. And, at this point, even just a little bit of overzealous play by Squidderps, where they moved so far forward and Zeets punished from that flanking position, and now it's just steady play, and they've got a lot of ultimates coming online for Susquehanna.
Yeah, it's going to be about, just getting in close. I would expect the Bob to slow things down in the minefield as well, as they walk in slowly.
Yep, Bob going to be tossed out into the open, giving a lot of deviation for presence. They do instantly take it down, but all the while, the minefield comes through, as you've called it, step-by-step action. And now it's going to be another cleanup in this archway where you're going to have Chambersburg have to take weight of what just happened and reset.
I think the impressive thing, too, is that they're going to be standing up in the spawn room here. This pilot's not going to survive, so that's a very late staggered pick. And Susquehanna Township, they're not allowing their opposition to even walk out of the spawn room. Chambersburg Area White have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they're also being extremely respective, not going... of course they're playing forward and being aggressive, but they're not to the point of where it's going to cause them to lose value and be punished instantly. And you can see the slow, methodical play, attempting to get back in. Zeet's going to play on that opposite side as well to potentially harass. The Discord comes out instantly with a shot and a regroup towards that. McCree is instantly going to allow them an opportunity. Transcendence comes out to sustain from Knuckle Bunny in the back, and this is really no even attempt to get vision of the control point to contest.
Yeah, that's, I know it says 100-0, but we should probably tag on an extra 50, considering they stood literally in the spawn room of their opponent, and said, all right, what are you going to do about it?
Yep.
Unfortunately, the answer for Chambersburg Area was, next round, please. So they're hoping to kind of find a different approach here as they switch to the rush composition. Just trying to play a little bit more brawl heavy, getting close, deal with the cleave damage with a Reinhardt, and just try and punish the aggression from Zeets, who's really set, I think, the pace of the game so far.
It's like having a firework that fizzles out and it doesn't go anywhere, and then you're like, all right, just give me another one. Let's just go to the next one. Let's not even worry about it. As you've got this door opening, quick Symmetra teleporter to come up top. As we do have Siberius going to stack onto it, not going to opt to change, while Zeets looks to get some early intel up top to see where their rotation comes from. Nice aggression in the back, to knocking them into the midst with a great pile drive as well. And the Discord instantly going to go on to Squidderps, attempting to try and bring down that Diva play and prevent the Defense Matrix from getting continuous value to get them out of the mech, but All the while, you've got the Tracer in the back line harassing onto the Baptiste. Need to be super cautious. These pile drives have just been so on point, and the values of health are absolutely dwindling for another pickup by Susquehanna.
I'd like to highlight the fact that Zeets rolled through the team twice, did 2 pile drivers, and has minefield. You know, that's just a thing the main tank does, and that's going to be the fight kind of... I mean, the next fight's kind of ended before it even begins because you've got the Pulse Bomb, which will likely remove the Immortality field, and then you have to walk into a minefield on the objective. That's just so many explosives to kind of deal with, and I mean, at this point, Susquehanna has the pick of what they kind of want to execute with.
And they're just harassing the backline. That's a little bit of an overzealous Pulse Bomb. I'll admit. You lobbed that onto a Lucio who's got movement speed. I mean, you're just hoping for the wind to push that in the right direction, but now as you've got little Big Ron needing to be very careful up top, as this is just an absolute just mayhem. It's like basically just having bees flock to a swarm of honey right now, where you just have all corners being addressed by Susquehanna, and Zeets getting a double pile drive. This Wrecking Ball play from Zeets is nutty.
Yeah, and actually, something to highlight for Wrecking Ball, there's something very important about knowing when to execute on the adaptive shields. Zeets has done a great job of only using the adaptive shields when there's at least 2 players around to get maximum value from the amount of healing that comes through.
Now you can get a Pulse Bomb up top. You know, at this point, you get them online, you might as well toss them and hope for some fun. And maybe get some value, but at this point, it doesn't even matter if it gets any because they're just continuing to just harass this backline uncontested. They can't seem to lock down this Tracer play, with Zeets continuing to just basically put all of Chambersburg area white into an uncomfortable position. The Photon Barrier has an opportunity to try and give an opportunity of pressing onto this point, dividing and conquering. They do get a couple of picks. Bolt supports are down. Finally, they have some hopes to gain this back.
That being said, there's the main support gone and the minefield out as well.
Remech kill coming through onto Little Big Ron. This is still not quite over yet. If you can get a lot more back to this point, and with how much Zeets is drawing this out, once again, that protective shielding spinning to winning, finally eliminated. And hopefully they can get rid of this Tracer. A sliver of health finally goes down by Squidderps, and this will be a swap as long as they can focus fire the remaining player.
I mean, Knuckle Buddy not giving up the objective yet on the flank, harassing this May. Oh, that's some nice tech there using the... Was that a solo shatter onto the Moira?
Yeah, it really was. It really was outside of the fade, so they couldn't escape it. So, I mean, at this point, you might as well try and do what you can with the time that you have, as there's 15% in climbing. But when you've got that Immortality field already expended in the back line from Onyx Eye, you have a Blizzard attempting as well to sustain, but now you're only solely relying on the 2 support ultimates that remain to try and generate to some more from this front line.
Yeah, credit to Chambersburg area in this fight for recognizing that their opposition is pushing a little too far forward, right? Susquehanna was in full control of the first objective and tried to continue pressuring that into the second, but punished this time around. That being said, they're right back to the offense.
Siberia's coming in, attempting to go to the back line, has to force the recall to get that health back and reposition towards the upper side, as you do have their counterpart Tracer play eliminated. Zeet's also getting locked down, which is huge. You have to prevent that Wrecking Ball from getting as much value as it has, and this is actually very well done. Once Chambersburg has the area, they feel quite sustainable.
Yeah, it's a strong idea there, actually, to just slow down Zeets, because Zeets is the main initiation tool here for Susquehanna Township. So if you can remove the Wrecking Ball from the equation, things get a lot easier for you. So I like that Nortonite is actually putting specific focus on the Wrecking Ball here with the freeze from the May.
Spartan plays this corner, waiting to see where that engagement comes through. You've got the pile drive slowing them down. Baptiste is eliminated. That's a lot of weight on the shoulders of Sky Silver with the Lucio play to try and sustain this team. It's going to have a lot more than just raw healing necessary to survive through it. They do get a couple of picks as now the charge comes in to regroup in the back line to assist, but there's still some value being had as they approach their 99% as well into the overtime to see who it's going to swap to. This Blizzard could just be enough to remove anyone else that tries to compete, but it's still not over just yet, LaFon.
No, and there's the sound barrier to keep this fight in contention, and the eliminations are coming through for the team in blue.
Yep, managing to do so. Susquehanna Township is just needing to eliminate their counter wrecking ball play. Zeet says, I'm not having it. They're going to draw out quite a bit of time. And honestly, the spin to win going to last for a hot minute. But once that ball gets left alone and the shield is gone, it's an easy takedown. And the staggers will be there. But the longer this goes, the faster the overtime shall dwindle. And that is going to be Susquehanna Township High School managing to be able to take this first game.
There is a bright side here, though, for Chambersburg area high school, right? That they were able to bring that last fight to the 100-99 mark in overtime for both squads. It really was because they ran out of resources towards the very end that they were able to that they weren't able to turn that back in their favor. Perhaps one pick difference would have allowed us to see a third round. That being said, I mean, Susquehanna Township has been on fire with the execution. Zeet especially. We have a card here off screen. 12 pile driver kills out of 27 eliminations. That's just a massive part. That's almost 50% of those eliminations coming from the pile driver.
Yep. I mean, just the sheer force that they are bringing into these engagements is so critical for their success. And, you know, with us having only this first map being completed, there's still many more ahead of us, but we'll be giving them just a brief moment to settle their minds and get themselves prepped before this next one begins. So don't go anywhere because we'll see you on the other side of this short break. Hello and welcome back, friends, as we are here once again. We find ourselves on a similar map. It's like deja vu, as we are going to see both Susquehanna Township Red versus Chambersburg area. Correction from earlier, blue. I'm not colorblind, but I felt like I was for a moment. So it was white at the start, but now it's actually blue. So we're going to be able to get that underway here between these two teams. And LaFon, we've got red versus blue in their teams, but they're ironically on the swap of sides. So
These teams do their best. I mean, listen, if you have an opportunity to play on the color that isn't yours, all the better, right? All the better.
Nope.
Speaking of deja vu, we may end. I hope we end up seeing Tracer on this map, because that would be a little topical, right? That's that voice line that she has, as she recalls. But at least the opening salvo is going to be on the rush composition, as we kind of expect from Kings Row. As we said, it is going to be a little bit of a difference, as though Chambersburg area blue took the loss in the last map. They're actually going to be defending first. So in fact, Susquehanna Township chose to attack on this map, which is very, very interesting.
And as we do have, like we mentioned, that swap of sides, as you do have, again, it's going to be Chambersburg on this defensive with the Susquehanna Township on the attack. We'll see if this instant opportunity of hidden play around the corner gives them value. Nice wall coming through, and now you're going to see an Immortality Field already be tossed out by Knuckle Bunny in the back. Great early couple of pickups. You've lost your utility with the Lucio going down. Onyx Eye instantly focused as well. And you've got Synthex with a huge hyper-focus on the support line, but there's still some aggression onto this point, and I don't think it's going to be able to get much more, though.
Synthex with a hero play on the off-tank role, actually playing the Diva perfectly there. Gets a scout on the wall, gets over the top to get the Matrix in time to deny the damage on the frozen Reinhardt, and then follows up with 3 eliminations and continues the barrage in the back line, and has just made life incredibly difficult for the blue squad here, as it continues to just be more of the same. Synthex will be taken out, but that's not going to stop this push.
Yeah, no, they were just making it hell or high water to get back to that point to even contest. Not available. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. You mentioned earlier where we've seen some Kings Row that has just a plethora of time banks for both teams, and at this point, they've got a time bank that they can carry on for a while if they keep this up.
And look how aggressive this Ashe player is playing, right? The Pocket of the Mercy is in tow as well, and you just realize how much damage this is going to be put down. And if this dynamite lands on multiple targets, think how quickly the Bob could regenerate after just being used.
Nice eat, though. Very, very responsive by Squidderps, which is key to prevent that Bob from getting back out again. As there is an amplification matrix up top. They don't really have a way to dislodge right now with confidence, so they're taking this long way around to potentially get the stairway, but all the while, the payload's still going to be able to move. They at least mitigate the positioning from that amplification matrix, and now Zeet's in the back position, acknowledging that they're going to dive onto him. They realize that he is separated. The Immortality Field actually gives quite a bit of value with a nice self-destruct coming in from downtown past the bookshop and giving some more agency, as basically the sides have swapped right now.
The sides have flipped, and unfortunately for the squad in blue, they are not on the offense, so that is going to just be a team wipe as the cart move forward that entire time. And I do not believe there's going to be a recontest available to Chambersburg blue here on the second objective. They're going to have to elect to hold here on the third phase. And you can see Zeet so far up ahead of their squad, just keep making sure that no one can walk forward.
Oh, there was an attempt of a dynamite in the back by Siberius, but a quick, swift res comes back out. Self-destruct to try and counter in the back. Nice wall to divide a little bit here. But the Blizzard they're committing actually quite a bit into this. 3 ultimates from this defensive Chambersburg position, and that's going to be a lot to try and slow this down.
In fairness, there's also 3 that were eliminated from the offensive end, right? The Self-Destruct, the Shatter, and the Valkyrie were all committed in those early fights. So while at first glance a little bit difficult, considering the time bank and the fact the opposition was as committed to that fight as you were, I'm okay with that. And I think Chambersburg area are as well. Now, they need to stop giving up so much space, though. Look at this. Zeetz just is allowed to walk around the corner for free, essentially.
As the Earth Shatter available, attempting to potentially find an opportunity once the wall is down. It is a swinging frenzy up front for Spartan, attempting to try and give some agency to the team, pushing back defensively. Nice tactical visor coming through just behind the amplification matrix, getting some boosted damage necessary with Bob coming in as well, looking to try and just dwindle the health values in the backside, finding the pick up onto the Lucio. This Ashe play is superior in this DPS role right now and just pushing to these last few meters.
I believe that, this is more where Tracer operates under this kind of backline pressure, but the Ashe is making it work. And now that's a huge dynamite as they try and exit spawn.
And with this high ground position continuing to just lay waste to the enemy, it is just fair game. Nobody can dislodge this Ashe while the damage on the bot position is still valuable and going to be able to push these last couple of meters. This is going to be a shy 4-minute push, and what an accelerated version of King's Row than what we've seen before.
And I think the highlight from that is a fight that was objectively lost by the offensive team. They were down 4 players. The Ant Matrix is committed. The tactical advisor just threw it, and the DPS players literally flipped the map yet again. So multiple times, Susquehanna Township have turned the map on its head and played the defensive role while on the offense to deny any space to Chambersburg area blue. And what that means is, they're kind of fighting a fight on 2 fronts that just doesn't allow them to reset, doesn't allow Chambersburg to stabilize, get their health pools back under control. And confidence under pressure has given Susquehanna Township a time bank that is remarkably high.
And now, attempting to just match fire with fire, we're going to see if Chambersburg area blue will manage to be able to get a time bank of their own to the same size. But defensively, we can take a look and see that we're going to have Little Big Ron also continuing to maintain the 76, which did bring a lot of value alongside this Ashe play, which was extremely dominant. So this crossfire is going to be really important to see as well on this defensive position to see what kind of angles they can find on this push from Chambersburg.
Structurally, this is not a rush comp here that the defense is running, right? They're running a poke composition with rush tanks. But what that means is they're going to be allowed to duel in the front line with Spartan and Squitter respectively, while the Ashe continues to just put the dynamite, those hit scan pressure in. So it's going to be on to Norton Knight to try and get that front line separated with the Maywall. That is your win condition here as they rotate through Hotel.
Dynamite is anticipating that push through, but a little bit of patience. Bringing out by Chambersburg, rotating around. Nice separation onto the Reinhardt. Immortality Field comes out, but a fast responsiveness to that. You have a counter Immortality Field coming through to survive at the back line as you've got Chambersburg offensively getting a couple of quick picks. But again, you still have this Ashe up top just constantly getting value over and over, shot after shot, as you've got both supports eliminated and the Ice Queen to boot.
Yeah, and that's going to be about half the objective given over to Chambersburg area blue, but that is a fight that should have been, more in control by the offensive squad. Again, they played the idea correctly. The wall was there. It just took a little too long to get the focus fire onto the tanks to eliminate them, which allowed, Ashe to kind of build up on this high ground. Yet again, just uncontested here with that free range spam.
And about to have Bob online for this to have that extra player. Again, only 1 tick has been forfeited thus far, partway into the next. Seeds continuing to play that doorway as a shatter does get blocked. Actually clips 1 just on the outskirts, finds a very narrow passageway for the knockdown. And Siberia's drawing back, trying to get some shots through the amplification matrix up top for some attempted contention, but there is still a ton of fuel in the fire for Susquehanna on this defensive position. Once again, getting some pickups and just cleaning up.
Yeah, it's just, I think one of the things, too, is that identifying those small opportunities that turn into large ones, right? That is the difference between kind of winning and losing in Overwatch. If you can find a 10% play that you can make work, then that is kind of what's going to give you success. That being said, with Joker being taken out and a 5v6, this should be an opportunity here for the offense to walk in.
They just need to kill the Ashe! The support play! The bobbing and weaving, everything about that should not have come to fruition. You just have the happiest of feet on this Ashe play, and it's unreal how they stayed alive.
Chance Fan 127 is absolutely going to be saying thank you to Knuckle Bunny at the end of the game, because the Baptiste did so much work in making sure that the Ashe was kept alive. Joker was out of the picture. It was just the Baptiste keeping the entire team standing, and they did it spectacularly, and they're being repaid for their focus with another elimination here by the Ashe player, bringing up just where they left off.
Their name might be Joker when they leave, but you've just got this consistent support by Knuckle Bunny hopping around, giving some lovely treats. You now have this side position. Nice pickup again onto Onyx Eye, eliminating them. They are not able to really get any value. Finally, the Ashe critical play has been brought down, and Joker. This is going to be one challenge to recover from now with both of them eliminated.
That was all the way in the front area of the spawn of the offense. Waiting out the Matrix here is smart. Don't give away free damage. Don't get taken down. But now, I mean, they're engaging with Sound Barrier, and Zeetz is on the flank here with the Shatter.
And they get the value. They're rotating quickly. Up top, though, uncontested. You've got the 76 almost able to eliminate it. Little Big Ron trying to find an angle onto... Oh, can you get him? Oh, nope, they're going to be able to escape. Rounding the corner, managing to get topped up here for the moment as they still have some presence, about to get that third and final tick. 10 seconds to go, but you've got the play returning just in time. Self-destruct gets 2 by Synthix. Both supports eliminated. They still complete it, though, in transition with a time bank of 2:30.
Norton absolutely coming in massively clutch there. The Blizzard to stabilize, and then under pressure, under fire, avoiding the spam that comes in through the Ant Matrix, takes out the opposite main tank, and then a brilliant flick to get the eliminations with the Icicles. They're going to get the stagger plays too, and I mean, this is what you kind of need if you're a Chambersburg blue player. You need the time bank. You only have 2 minutes to get through the second phase. You need to buy as much time as you can, and they're doing a great job by playing aggressively through the streets phase.
And honestly, Susquehanna is really respectful to it. They're not wanting to find themselves in a position of where they're going to get snowballed to find the return, completion of this second phase. But there is a little bit of high ground presence coming out by Squidder, acknowledging where that Ashe positioning might be, as you do have Bob entering into this, making sure that they can get some extra numbers advantage. But peeking this corner is going to be a challenge. Dynamite lands on the front line. That ticking damage is going to make it really challenging, especially when the barrier is gone, that shield eliminated, and now you've got to pick up onto Siberius, looking for a follow-up, but a nice cross pin coming through from Spartan. It's really just do or die at this moment with 1 minute and 15 seconds to go.
Immortality Field being forced out as well, and I mean, Joker is, and Chatsman here on a flank, just putting as much damage to the backline. They can't defend against this.
No, they can't, and now with the damage into the choke point, nice pickup again, still looking to climb towards this next Bob. At this point, you're just looking to try and get as much percentage, and honestly, now with the distance covered, they could look to just gain this without really a solid contest.
Yeah, there is, I don't think the respawns will be here in time. We'll see if they elect to go in. No, the Maywall is going to block off the path.
They won't.
And even so, yeah, Susquehanna Township recognized that there's no opportunity to really get to the objective, and they give up the point. That being said, it's already a time bank deficit here for Chambersburg area blue, and it's really going to be a struggle. They need to win this fight cleanly.
So much damage being put into Spartan, attempted to try and regenerate some of that shield. Amplification Matrix plus Bob gets stunned, shatter, everything stacked up on top of it. They want to commit it all on this defensive position, but surprisingly, they actually only needed a couple. I thought they were going to commit more into it because of how much aggression they brought out, but they're being so smart and intelligent on the reserve. They do lose the self-destruct, though, with the mech being deleted, so there is still a couple online.
The focus fire there, by the way, just onto the shield. It's not that Spartan didn't read the shatter was coming. It's that they couldn't block it because the shield was broken. That's how quickly this 1600 HP was eliminated. Zeetz with the free shatter in the backline. Now, again, looking forward to find that Blizzard to cash the front line off. Norton Knight needs to be big with it.
Ooh, barely skirting out of there. Immortality Field comes through. Self-destruct just peeking over the wall. Gets one in the back. Would have liked to see more than that, but again, every pick counts. As Spartan up front, very low health. Already actually having some harassment in the back. Squidder doing a stellar job to deviate this Ashe away, but that damage is a lot. Needs to be super careful as the D-Mech comes out.
And I mean, the Ashe here has really been in the spawn room in this entire map. The Bob gonna come through. This time the flashbang. There's no way you stay alive, right?
Oh,
There's no way you stay alive.
Oh, 5 HP. Just gonna wait for the health pack. Just at this point, you've won. You've won your 1v1. That's all that you wanted.
And they're back for more. They find Scooters on the out row and still hunting down. This is a solo Ashe, by the way. There's no pocket in play. They need, and the team now comes back for Susquehanna Township to support. Ashe is just running riot in the backline here, completely without a denial. They are just in control of this map at this point.
Shatter comes in from the top rope and the flank. Tack Visor is well committed as the seconds dwindle. The damage shall be overflowing with a triple kill, including the D-Mech. Overtime's not going to last long as you have the attempted charge back into this from Spartan with a Shatter, but you shall not pass any longer as this is a great and beautiful halt here for Susquehanna Township to be able to claim the second game.
It feels like every time we end map 2, there is this statement. It is match point now for Susquehanna Township, Red, Rich Rad, and I mean, Norton Knight's going to get this play. This was a hero play to get the point A, no doubt about it. Look at that. Nice flick. A second one coming through right here. Oh, nicely done, but unfortunately not enough. And that is going to be 2-0 after 2 for Susquehanna Township Red.
I feel like we shouldn't go to Kings Row for that game because every time there's always like a one really, really like heavy winner that's kind of like putting us at that match point where it's like we haven't had that streak break yet. So, but with that being said, as you mentioned, we are going to find ourselves on match point. So we will be heading to a short break before getting into our third map to see who is going to be able to claim it and if we're going to see another 3-0 where Susquehanna takes this or Chambersburg comes back revitalized and allows them to take a map away from this competitive team. So don't go anywhere. Hello, and welcome back. Quick break indeed for us to get into this next game. We want to see who's going to be able to take the victory and move on to the semifinals between these two. And LaFon, we're heading to Junkertown once again. We've had some exciting plays with a Bastion earlier. We'll see if we have some new tactics here coming out this second time around.
And again, we get to see the attack run from Susquehanna Township Red first, actually, as they elect to go to the offense yet again. So we'll see. Something that Susquehanna Township Red has done a fantastic job of throughout the series has really been the initiation team, right? The team that kind of sets the pace of the game and really sets how teams are sort of approaching how their opposition is approaching the defense, right? Because of how quickly they're playing. So on a map like Junkertown, where, you know, the dive is still very viable, I'm excited to see if that pattern continues to play out.
And as we take a pulse onto this defensive position, you can already see with those outlines just outside the wall that you've got Chambersburg area blue going to play hyper aggressive to see if they can try and hold them at the doors to get a second recontest. Teleport here as well up top onto the roof, and they're going to go in harshly at the doorway. I think a little bit too early, though. I think they could have waited until they started to press out into the open, but they're going to change trajectory from this Susquehanna Township High School with Zeets in the back once again on the wrecking ball, and add another one to the tally, LaFon, because that's another pile drive takedown.
And Zeets is picking up with the wrecking ball right where they left off at the end of Nepal. They're going to be taken out here, but I mean, they've already dealt the damage they kind of need to, right? Because the card's going to start rolling with the spawn room being so close. And yeah, you can see Ashkay up on the high ground, shooting around the shield. This fight's already over. Now you're looking towards sort of the next cycle of approach. How do you kind of respond to it? We're going to see some swaps coming in. Is Ash going to switch with 70% ult charge? They
you know what?
did. They did.
I mean, that's some confidence saying, you know what? I don't need the Bob. I don't really need it. But it was a nice...
Bob's pretty nice.
While. I mean, the Omnic Butler's there to help give you support, friend. As now we're looking to see if we can get back into it here between these two. As you do have the TVT in the back line. As we've got this 2 minutes and 40 seconds still to go, and the payload's moving quite quickly here, Lafon, as they do look to hesitate behind that wall.
Yeah, this is going to be about execution. You need someone to kind of take down the sort of aggressive sort of pressure coming in, right? Because with the Wrecking Ball eliminated, now you need to focus on the Tracer, as it's just continued to put pressure in the back line. Good start there, but the recall comes through.
And you're going to have the Amplification Matrix now, trying to see if they can push with the damage into a beautiful pile drive. Great. Oh, that's just going to be a great reposition into a pulse bomb. Back and forth. Honestly, I thought this was going to go heavily in favor of Chambersburg at the start, but Susquehanna at the end of it, proves me wrong, and they're able to clean this up to reach the checkpoint with 4:20 on the clock.
Siberia is doing a great job, though, trying to make that, trying to mitigate the room that Susquehanna Township is kind of working with. The Tracer picking up in a big way, and I think Sky Silver, too, has also stepped up, right? The Brig getting the stuns multiple times onto the Tracer on the opposite team. So while, yes, the fight doesn't go in their favor, and it's off the back of a good combo from the Tracer and Wrecking Ball, it's still something to highlight here for the defensive squad.
You can see this pressure up the stairway, still having a lot of opportunity to evade. Little Big Ron gets a little too big for their britches playing that far forward and going against the Tracer, as you do have Siberius getting the elimination. Down below those, Zeet's going to try and see if they can find a position to dislodge this high ground position with a nice pile drive and stun, potentially. As Nort Knight gets the tactical online, holds on to it nicely, and they're going to manage to play this catwalk.
Yeah, high ground is just so deadly to kind of work with, right? And it's all, again, Siberia's doing a great job of opening things up. Takes out one, and then the tanks can kind of solidify their position, as even as Zeetz tries to go in 1v4, not really going to find a ton of value there. So defense has slowly started to solidify things, but the card's still rolling as Tracer continues to put pressure on the backline.
I mean, major props to this Tracer play, constantly harassing, really deviating vision away from the front line where this payload is managing to surpass it, and Susquehanna is just doing a stellar job taking advantage of it. Everything that's being opened up by the Tracer play, as Squidderp does get a nice flux into the back, but finds themselves getting hit by a couple of mines down below. Synthix does get demeched here, so that is an opportunity to remove that defense matrix to mitigate some of the damage. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go, and this payload's still shy of the next checkpoint, but it should be able to be reached in these last final seconds.
I mean, Siberius is still alive, and Siberius is still doing a ton of damage. Gets one more, too, and has gotten back to the objective. So Siberius is putting on a one-person wrecking show as they continue to put pressure on the back line.
Yeah, we saw Chance Fan managing to do a lot on their own, but now at this point, you're seeing a little bit in return from Siberius. Zeet's looking to play forward to see if they can contest, as they opt to go back after the Baptiste is eliminated. Just a few meters left to go. A little bit out of position, and you're going to see a recovery here from Chambersburg.
Yeah, Siberius is really the hero in that play, right? Almost single-handedly keeping this one alive and continues to chase down their opposition. But, while all that's happening, unfortunately, Synthix comes up big as well, and that's going to be the point ticked over to Susquehanna Township. Siberius is doing so much work, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's really being the one key factor to slow this very dominant play that's coming through by Susquehanna. Down below, Zeet's going to go in for another pile drive on that upper position. Actually, just goes for the minefield since the pile drive was on cooldown. So it does still make them play cautiously to maneuver away from them to not be just clipped by them as the pile drive comes through. Once again, onto Onyx Eye. Onyx Eye's just having a bad time with these pile drives.
Yeah, it's tough, right? I mean, at this point, you kind of need to play next to your Brig. Sky Silver has to kind of play bodyguard at this point, but it's so hard when, even as that's happening, Chance Fan's in the back line just dealing damage. It continues as again, Spartan gets eliminated here by Zeetz.
Oh, gonna look for maybe a remech kill. Oh, nope, not gonna happen. And actually does manage to get some pressure, though, with the Tracer play down below. Immortality Field tossed by their spawn. At this point, they just might be able to keep them in the chamber doors as this payload continues to push.
Yeah, Siberius is getting Discord orbed as well. There's the recall forced. And the Tracer just can't contest anymore. And now, I mean, Susquehanna Township have held safely this front. They can't even walk out of spawn.
And you can see now, here comes the pulse bomb, waiting to drop it a little bit too far forward, so it overshoots the mark, and the supercharger eliminated. They stacked up so much damage advantage just behind the amplification matrix, but look at how quickly Susquehanna eviscerates their opponent, pushing out of the doorways. You shall not be leaving those chamber doors.
This is now 2 minutes on a map that is notorious for a very difficult third point, Rich. And I mean, how do you even approach this time bank? If you're Chambersburg Blue, you have to kind of ignore the map. You have to kind of ignore the status of the match, because as a reminder, Susquehanna Township Red is up 2-0 in this series. They are at match point. If you're a player on Chambersburg Blue, it's about just this one fight at a time. Win one fight, then win the next one. 1 foot in front of the other to bring themselves back in this series, because they are currently staring down what looks to be the cliff of the end of this series.
Yes, indeed. And again, for those, it is a single elimination. So it's either do or die. Fail here, you go home. And the opposing side has to hold their head high as they move into these semifinals for Saturday. But defensively, you're going to see Zeet coming out once again on the Wrecking Ball, but Synthix is actually going to come out on the Roadhog this time. And I do like potentially some of these adjusted hovers for Chambersburg on the attack.
It's all about finding those moments where there's opportunities to eliminate. That being said, look how aggressive Chance Fan's playing on this Widowmaker, right? If they can get an early pickoff here onto Siberius and just take them out, just prevent the setup from coming through, then this is going to be a real disaster. Here comes the grapple, I would expect, as they go for a shot over the top.
See if it comes to find a decent angle. Actually not going to opt for it. Playing a little bit more defensively, and they actually had a swap themselves, so it's not going to be that Widow versus Widow. It's going to give a little bit more opportunity, trying to watch that side angle if there's anybody looking to round the outside. With this double shield composition, they're really not going to find too much now that they acknowledge it. Nice pickup early, though, onto Squitter. As Chance Fan needs to be extremely careful with this Tracer, looking to bring him down, dropping below, attempting to get taken down by the melee, but great coverage by Knuckle Bunny to keep this Widow alive.
Oh, now Chance Fan still continue to try to put pressure, trusting absolutely in the supports on their back line, as they're just like, all right, the tanks are going to focus me down. I know that I have 2 players keeping me alive, and that is going to be just a hold here. Chance Fan again trying to dodge. Can dodge 1, but not 2. And the Widowmaker will be taken down for a moment. While that's happening, though, Zeets continues to put pressure here at the spawn door, just rolling through aggressively, denying them to even walk out cleanly.
And Nort Knight's finally trying to get some counterplay with that Tactical Visor almost online. But they can't really just yet break the barrier in this defensive position that is Susquehanna. You've got Zeets rounding the outside, continuing to stay alive for the moment so they can regroup by the brig and go for that mega pack underneath to top themselves back up for re-engagement and moving under this bridgeway, but they're not out of it just yet. They still have to be careful pushing through.
Here comes the minefield from Zeets. There's the hook as well. And that is just way too much damage to kind of handle as the Tactical Visor comes in for over the top as to end it all. That's going to be the fight ended. A very heavy commit from the defense here of Susquehanna Township, as that was, 4 ultimates in play. At the tail end of it. Chance Fan gonna dodge the pulse bomb and then chase down Siberius. So another delay on this next fight.
Yeah, just staggering it out. 2 minutes now to go. I mean, at this point, Zeets has been doing such a stellar job continuing to be a harassment in the back. We've seen it earlier, and now going to look to do so again. Having to flee, though, does get picked up. That's a chance now for Chambersburg to push with the time that they've got. Again, the Wrecking Ball still has a chance to get back into this fight to recontest quickly because of the mobility, but there is a little bit of an open opportunity as you've got Chance Fan looking to maybe get the pickup onto the Hanzo play. Can't really find the full clip onto that Hanzo position. So now they're pushing through into the open space. They'll have some time here. A nice pickup as there's a 1-for-1 trade.
Chance Fan's actually showing a lot of respect to Siberius because they trust him to hit the shots. But Synthix is there to back up. While that's happening, that is a full 3 ult commit to the objective. And you shall not contest seems to be the name of the game here for Chambersburg Blue. Yeah, they just roll the cart in. That's the rally and Ant Matrix and Tactical Advisor all in one.
Yep, all three of them just wanted to make sure that they reach it. Again, you mentioned at the start, every win counts. And at this point, they wanted to just commit it to make sure they reach this checkpoint and now have some more time to work with.
Siberius is being focused down pretty heavily now at this point by Zeets and Chancefed. That's actually a good thing, though, because it gives a little bit more space for the rest of the team to kind of survive, right? Trust that your DPS player has the the movement to kind of stabilize themselves. And you can see that has changed the adaptation now as Chancefed just goes in for the backline.
Ooh, double kill comes out immediately. No ability to survive through it again since they have not had that opportunity to drop the immortality field in time to sustain. It was held onto and now used in this small room, which I don't think is going to yield much value either, as everyone pincer maneuvers into the doorways. Sky Silver, though, bolstering their team and keeping them alive for the time being as a whole hog attempts to slow them down, but Siberius shutting it close, managing to get some more contention on this point.
The Rallers, the Brig in close is just a real threat, right? We could see Chancefed trying their best to stay alive. The fancy footwork coming in, but Shield Bash says no, and then a brilliant whip shot to end the play here as Little Big Ron is taken out. Now, if playing their cards correctly, Chambersburg Blue should be able to get this cart into play. They just need to use the Dragon Strike to prevent people from walking through.
Oh, nice engagement, though, onto both DPS members. But while that's happening, you have already Squidderps going down. They are just picking them off one by one. The Dragon Strike in through the payload, getting some decent value. Had to actually force out the recall as well from the Tracer, positioning to survive through the damage since they were pulled into the center of it. Zeet's now sustaining. They've got the minefield. Just over 4 meters to go with still 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to have to be the reset there. The fight just went a little too long here, and the respawns came back in for Susquehanna Township Red. Now, I mean, here's the thing. When you come to this point where the cart's right up at the defensive side, or closer to defensive spawn, this is where the minefield becomes a big threat. It cuts off any opportunity of approaching, and you can't contest the cart in those moments where, because when it's applied to the payload, it's right there. You have to touch the cart. They're going to use it offensively, though, so this is a little less viable, but still deals a lot of damage.
Yeah, it puts them into a very uncomfortable position, trying to play that crossfire with that side angle. As you do have, again, the Roadhog just pumping out some damage from that window. Pulse Bomb comes through, gets another 2-piece with it. And, I mean, again, consistency on these Pulse Bombs now in the later half of this game.
And I mean, even still, the other thing too is that Zeets and Chancefed are doing a ping pong sort of aggression cycling, right? They're trading aggro, if you will, for the MMO fans out there. Zeets comes in, plays, takes the stuns, then Chancefed will come in on the back line. There's the pulse bomb as well, and just makes life so difficult for the offense. They have to keep focusing attention on a different target. This time the hook's gonna whiff, so that's a good start.
Yep, absolutely a good start. If you lost that support player this early in these final seconds, it would have been devastating, but instead you're now going to lose the tank and also the 76 play. The offensive side is becoming rubble. They're attempting to try and contest onto the point with the Orisa, but they won't be able to move it any further forward. Now they're just trying to, at this point, to stagger it out. They've actually gotten some value with Siberius here with the Tracer play, but when you're going into the big man Pulse Bomb, it's going to be just to the outside of the explosion. He survives and still holds on as it enters into the overtime. Underneath, gets the pickup, 5 meters left. Supercharger dwindles, and they might be able to push this.
That is a great read by Siberius to find Chancefed out in the end. The pile driver comes in, though, and there's the Tracer down.
Oh, Zeets with the minefield of the Transcendence to stabilize. You've got Nortonite underneath attempting to try and keep it alive as they do hit the checkpoint. Oh my goodness.
In the final moment, in the overtime, taking away Nortonite with a good read to get back to contest. The call there, absolutely panicked, no doubt, but under pressure, they still managed to hold. And I mean, they're not out of it yet. 1:10 remaining. They need to complete the map here, Rich. It's difficult, it's hard, but they have at least some progress to go. Siberia's continuing to put pressure on the backline. The Tracer forced to recall. Still trying to step up in a big way, the DPS player here for Chambersburg Blue.
Going to get pulled in so low, does get a nice pickup. Spartan now needs to try and regroup with the rest of the team. Amplification Matrix is going to be active near the payload so they can mitigate some of it. Nice kinetic grasp to consume that for the extra shielding. It will be a rally committed into this by Sky Silver, making sure that they are fortified to press in. But, oh no, Siberius is going to go down. Had the pulse bomb, couldn't get any kind of value. 30 seconds, they're going to need to try and salvage what they have before they can push the remaining meters.
Yeah, this is going to be the pulse bomb yet again, and I don't think there's anyone who can read this and deny it. There it comes through. It whiffs this time around, so they stay alive for another moment.
Yep, take a breather gives enough support to heal through the damage after it comes out. You've got the Brig eliminated. Joker has a lot to do. The Immortality Field forced on themselves. Hyper-focused by Siberius. The respawn advantage is here for Susquehanna to recontest this one last time, but they're in now the home stretch of the overtime.
Chase Vance gets that to the backline, gets North Knight out, and is now trying to be eliminated. Finds the elimination. Zeetz comes through. They're running out of time. Someone needs to touch the cart.
Immortality Field active onto the point to try and sustain as you do have it eliminated quickly. Now with that Tracer play from Chance Fan on the back line, almost having another pulse bomb. The pile drive comes through. They have the spawn advantage, and it allowed them to persevere despite the pickups from Chambersburg area blue. It is still going to be Susquehanna Township red that moves on into the semifinals.
Completing the 3-0 there. That being said, what a fight on the final part of that map. Siberia stepping up. Such a heroic effort from the Tracer. That being said, I mean, the highlight of this series really has been Zeetz, who, on the Wrecking Ball, on the Reinhardt, I think has been far and away in control of the series. Stellar gameplay here from the main tank.
And we still have one more game to play, my friends. 3 of the quarterfinals matches have been completed and been resolved. All so far 3-0 as we look to see what the next one has in store for us. Will it break the mold? We'll find out between North Catholic and Conrad Weiser as we are going to head to a little bit longer of an extended break before getting underway. But don't go anywhere, because this last one, I'm hoping, is going to be the doozy that we've all been waiting for. we return for another match. The final match, in fact, of our quarterfinals today. It is Rich Frad here with LaFon as we have had a spectacular day of Overwatch, 3 O's so far, and now we're seeing if this last fourth and final one for the semifinals on Saturday can break the mold. My friend, we head once again for the final time today on Nepal, and I'm looking forward to seeing these two duke it out.
Exactly, indeed. And I mean, 3 Overwatch, if you will, for the rest of the day. But we're hoping, fingers crossed, that this is going to be a little bit different. Already some interesting stuff out the opening gate. As we're seeing coming in here. Misato, actually, as you look on your screen here for NCHS, has historically through the regular season played DPS actually for their team. So stepping up, usually Tracer, some Genji, stepping up here on the main tank role on this first map is very interesting. Burn Good, on the other hand, has played the Pharah in the regular season, and so has also a very clean look there. We'll see how this works out as they open up. A lot of spam damage here from the skies coming in from North Catholic High School as Conrad Weiser teleport to the point and set up aggressively.
And you can see over top, Burn is going to look to see if they can get some decent rockets thrown into the corner. Almost getting the Reinhardt eliminated as that wall gives a little bit of an obstacle to work around, but this is quickly Conrad taking advantage of this, even though there are still a couple of decent picks coming in from the rockets above. Can't quite seem to get that far eliminated yet, and already has the rocket barrage here too, even though they will lose it first. Yeah,
so the fight is lost, but this can be an opportunity for North Catholic to keep this in their possession, or to turn it back in their possession fairly swiftly. The directs missed this time around, and Burn's not going to get the elimination onto the Lucio. So back to the team they go, and this is going to mean the Ant Matrix is going to find so much more value for Conrad Weiser as they set up here on the thing. Burn looking for that barrage, though, teleporting through the back line there.
And Misato dropping down below. Those turrets doing a plethora of damage onto that Diva. Instantly going to be deleted along with the rocket barrage for 2 with some follow-through rockets for a quad. As you have Conrad Weiser just playing extremely dominant.
That is a bit of a...
But to the end of it,
they're
yeah.
They do turn it over there eventually. That's a bit of a bait play from North Catholic High School, a smart one. Set up the aggressive play on the high ground from the tank, and as they kind of jump in on the backside of the point, the barrage comes in. So you're kind of pinched between a rocket and a hammer, and that's not really a great place to be. So that's going to be the eliminations coming in, and I mean, as they try and get back to the point, they're going to contest the objective early with that teleport.
See, once again, flanking position. Nice pickup outside of the mech here. So that does give opportunity for a quick take back, as you do have both the Blizzard and the Photon Barrier committed onto this. Nice job utilizing the ultimates, but also very reserved and not overcommitting.
Yeah, it's a smart play here, recognizing that once you get to the objective and when the barrage is not online, you can't get in aggressively, right? So, North Catholic can't get in aggressively. Walking to the objective and just saying, what are you going to do about it, gets you a ton of value. That being said, the barrage is now back online for Burn. So I'd expect that halfway play to come through again.
And you can see even those turrets being repositioned for that upper corner. A nano boost onto the Pharah with a rocket barrage, needing to try and find some value, dropping below. Immortality Field is there, attempting to get something with a Bionade landing, but you find yourself getting too close to the laser beams like it was with the sun, and you will still have this in favor of Conrad Weiser as they hold on.
Yeah, it's going to be taking up now the last 15% of the objective, slowly inching away. And I mean, Burn's going to switch over to the Tracer here to get back, but this is a hurried play. This is rushed. It does not feel cohesive. And even as they get to the objective, they don't really have much to work with. Green Tea needs to have this Blizzard be big.
Yep. Oh, no, and they don't even get to... Well, Blizzard can't be big if there's no one there to contest. So we'll just acknowledge that happened, friends. You know, we'll call it what it is, and we'll accept it and move on to round 2.
You know what that isn't, though? That's not a...
Yeah, you're right. I know. That's
I'm gonna get ahead of it. I'm gonna get ahead of it. It's still you can touch the point, but they were in no chance of winning it. So that's gonna mean that we head into round 2 with Conrad Weiser in the lead. What has been a fairly tumultuous first point, though, as it flipped back and forth a couple of times, right? So at this point, we're going to see if the changes coming through end up being a big difference makers. We see the hit scan duel from Chunky Boys and Burn. Yet again, Cassidy versus Ash, erstwhile enemies. And so a lot under pressure here, as Sinfaster also will be able to get in the back line and just cause harassment on the Tracer.
Under pressure, dun 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 dun. Sorry, I had to. You said it and my brain just went there. But as you do see some focus fire up that stairway with the Reinhardt tossing it in. Great bio nade to land on the front side. Immortality Field has to come out lightning fast by Hardcore on the return side as there is aggression into the corner. Misato gets eliminated, and this is once again Conrad Weiser exerting dominance.
Bean Dealer tries to charge in and does so successfully until they no longer are successful. That's a nice headshot into the body tap there from Burn to eliminate the Lucio. So a fractured team here on Conrad Weiser's side, and North Catholic trying to take their advantage by walking back into the objective.
They do manage to get Bob onto the point. Flashbang attempted to get the stun, but you found yourself far too elevated for that explosion to hit the stun. So that's going to be a nice take back here, and this point's going to continue to swap back and forth. Just
the hip fire into into the elimination there. Things you love to see. So it's going to be now ticking over, and this is the first real control that we're going to see coming in. Now it's about the Reinhardt duel, right? That being said, the advantage does go to Conrad Weiser because the Ant Matrix into Fire Strike is such a threat that you kind of have to work around. And I mean, really, the Earth Shatters are more an afterthought than the initiation tool.
Amplification Matrix now going to come out through the choke point, but they're just going to slowly fall back from North Catholic because they know that they can block and bypass some of the damage because of the slope. As a counter shatter comes into the backside, 5 are knocked down as Misato is no longer there to protect. And even though there's 40% gain, that's at least a consolation for what just happened to this engagement where Conrad will fall back to switch it over.
Yeah, the interesting thing that happens... Oh, hello, Synthesizer, who just switched over to the Ashe, gets eliminated by Burn, who on the Ashe has been a real threat and continues to pop off. That's 2. The Bob's back online here. A 3rd, that's a clean headshot on top of all of it.
How many more shall we count on one hand? Shall we reach 2 hands? Not just yet, but you do have the Immortality Field coming out to try and sustain the back line. Self-destruct as well, going to be active with a remake to potentially contest and keep this. But Burn underneath still continuing to pump out some... What a charge off screen from Burn! And you're going to get a nice play to, again, buy some more time for this percentage gain as the Junkrat lobs in the grenades.
The Bob's actually going to try and take the point back over. He lasted long enough that they're able to do it, but there's the... Oh my goodness, the long-range directs. And the Diva is not going to test now. I mean, the respawns are back. Both teams are kind of just trying to see who's going to get to the objective first.
And you're going to see it go in favor of Conrad Weiser. Both just kind of threw their hands up in the air after they were eliminated. It was like, all right, we're going to have to do this all over again. So the Junkrat play prevails here as, whoa, almost gets them eliminated. 5 HP underneath, just waiting for a support to come give some assistance. But in the moment, they're helping at the front line. So there's no real way to get some vision to help out as you just have all the support coming in from the tank line up front. Beam Dealer is going to be dealing a lot and dishing out the weight necessary to keep this choke point held.
I'd like to highlight that Shadow Elite was solo shattered there and somehow was the only one that didn't die in that fight. That is just magic from the Mercy player there. And there's the Valkyrie available. Here comes a Riptide on the flank, and it finds 2.
Gets 2 quickly just over that awning as they manage to now get a 3rd shortly after. This is for the final seconds, an opportunity now to see Conrad Weiser get the first map. There is an attempt to contest, but there's not enough here in numbers to be able to justify the swap as the D-Mech comes out. Baby Diva getting fueled by the Mercy up top with the Valk, but Shadow Elite's going to be finding themselves into the grim shadows of their grave. And, well, I mean, at this point, they're just going to throw everything they got at it. Fun.
I mean... They only have everything they have to at this point. The Blizzard's going to deny... Oh, that is bold. We're not done yet. This is still winnable.
No. Oh, the Lucio comes in with a quick double kill. The staggers are very minimal now. If you would have had them out a little bit longer with both the May and the Wrecking Ball, it would have... Well... That's going to be hopeful. Okay, if the pulse bomb were to land a couple on that, I would have said maybe there's some way of swapping this back, but the numbers advantage are still here. Okay, as I say that, it's just back and forth. Shatter comes in up top, gets the pin onto the support. Both are down. That will be it. And this is going to be Conrad Weiser with the win. For the last one, that was quite a skirmish to pull at our heartstrings.
Yeah, that was less an exclamation point to end the map and more of an ellipsis, right? We weren't quite sure how much longer it was going to go on, but they do peter out at the end, and the respawns just aren't able to come back through. Burns going to get this highlight. There's that pinch play I was talking about, right? Where you send the Pharah in through the back, and everyone else comes in the main gate, and as a result, it turns around. Unfortunately, not enough in the grand scheme of things. Burn. Just running riot with the Ash, by the way. Just control of the objective. Wild stuff
60%.
Player.
60% hero damage. Like, you just on fire when you get that kind of stat going into any game. But, I mean, with that being said, we're hoping that you can see some fire be ignited underneath North Catholic to find themselves getting into this next match that they can turn into their favor. So it's not another 3-0. Conrad already on their way to doing that. But before we enter into our next game, we'll be heading to another short break. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be seeing you on the other side of it. Welcome back, as we have had some star players come through today so far, and now we find ourselves on the first time today map of Hollywood, where there's going to be plenty more star action to go. I am Rich Rad here with LaFon as we're rounding out this last quarterfinal game of the day, as we do have so far 1 point in favor of Conrad Weiser, and North Catholic picking this map to hopefully find themselves getting a point on the scoreboard themselves. LaFon, I'd love to see a 1-1 score.
I mean, we've broken the map selection streak, right? We haven't gone to Kings Row for our second map. So I'm hoping our streak of this this streak of having a 2-0 after 2 is also broken, right? Good omens and all that, as they say. That being said, the omen of Conrad Weiser today up on the defense with the bunker. Ooh, it's hurting the chances, shall we say, of North Catholic's offense.
You know, I mean, we saw a defensive Bastion play earlier, and an offensive one as well. So let's see if, you know, this is going to be the selection too. I mean, when you're playing that catwalk or that balcony up top, and if you don't have somebody to dislodge that, it can be really devastating to push through.
That being said, if there's any counter to it, if you can get the Pharah on an off angle, right, those direct rockets can deal a lot of damage. And Burn, we saw how much damage they were able to do in the first map. You know, surprise, a lot.
Yeah, when you're doing 60+%, it's unreal. As you do have now already some damage being forced out onto that balcony position. You can see a nice reposition to try and find an angle onto the shield to get it down quickly so that you do maneuver that Bastion into a more uncomfortable position, but there's still a lot of sustain, and Burn has to be super careful when trying to peek over the top of that, because the second they peek their head out, that's going to be an instant hyper-focus from both. Oh, wow, actually gets the pickup, and that's the window. They're going to dive in onto this, but the res is there to secure it. Can they reposition? That's the most important question at this time, with Burn rotating around that balcony position to try and get the Orisa. The Fortify comes out to sustain. The Rocket Barrage is available, so rapidly gained, instantly hyper-focusing onto the Bastion, and that should be the nail in the coffin with a triple kill in the feed.
Yeah, North Catholic actually played that to perfection. There is no mistakes made by the team there. They allow Burn to get the majority of the damage in play, force the Immortality field, force the Resurrect, and while all that's happening, Beam Dealer is the one who has to contest the objective, but then they use the Green Tea's Endothermic Blaster to slow them and then freeze them and eliminate them, and the Barrage, we saw the cleanup kill. So literally perfect play by North Catholic to section out the Bastion, and that's going to herald a change in composition for the second stage for Conrad Weiser.
This is the momentum we need to see a 1-1 score as they push into this open streets phase positioning to try and gain the advantage. Burns still looking for those rockets overhead, but again, has to be so cautious to not be caught out, since they now only really have to worry about the 76 versus the double hit scan in that respects. With Chunky more so going to look to try and break down that frontline health value. Tactical Visor alive and well here to use. If they're not going to get overwhelmed, they close so close in range to the rockets. That's going to be an easy pickup. Nice flux, though, and there is the recovery with the res coming out onto Synvisor.
Yeah, and a big part of that, too, is that both supports were eliminated through that fight. While the Pharah is dealing all the damage on the height, they get onto Rock in the backline. And with no Ana, the Mercy is also vulnerable. Shadow Elite goes down, and the Gravitic Flux has literally no counter at that point. The eliminations come through. So, sure, you trade one, but it's worthwhile in the end, and North Catholic are back to the drawing board. Keep an eye out here for the Tactical Visor comboed with either the Matrix or the Supercharger. Burns going to have a really, really difficult time in the sky when those come through.
Ooh, they have to draw back a little bit. Long-range shots here, hoping to just hit some damage onto the Mercy. There is now an early takedown onto the Sigma play, so defensively, Conrad has to be extremely careful, waiting for that Sigma to get back online. It's actually very slow and methodical by Cat. Oh, there's the Rocket Barrage trying to mitigate it up front, and actually does get a great counter pick. Tactical Visor now dropping from the high ground, able to pump out some damage behind the shield, and they'll be able to hold on again as you've got Chunky looking to regroup in the back line.
Yeah, just a good recognition that the Pharah is in play. The shield comes in from the Orisa, and then the eliminations thereafter. Interesting change here from Conrad Weiser as Beam Dealer goes over to the Reinhardt. So it's a double shield tank, but double main shield, right? In play here. The Sigma has been lost at points, and I think the interesting thing right now is that there's no impact ultimates really being used by the defense. They haven't been forced to use the tactical the Supercharger or Ant Matrix to win these fights. It's been rather disposable ultimates, pardon me, like the Tactical Visor instead.
As they enter in with the Amplification Matrix, 1-for-1 trade, but you've lost your main tank from North Catholic, so they need to be cautious going into this. Still looking to try and be onto the catwalk as a nice return comes through by Burn. Not wanting to opt to go in ham until they get the deflect, and does get the shot onto Synvisor to make sure that they are eliminated, with this Reaper play having to use that escape route down below and trying to find themselves an opportunity. It's just going to be chasing them down. There you go. Go on, looking for the hunt right now for Burn.
Really like this adaptation, by the way, to go over to the Genji rather than the Pharah. They're going for the Blade. They don't want to give them a chance to get back in, and it's a good start.
Absolutely hacking and slashing with a Fire Strike assist on the front position. A beautiful play coming out by Burn, and I am not surprised if we see high percentage damage done to heroes again for this one.
Yeah, I really like that read, by the way, from Burn, because you don't let them reset and get a fight. And that means that you should be able to get this point online. I would expect a Shatter to actually be committed here by Misato.
It would be definitely warranted to try and just make sure that they get these last couple of meters that are necessary. I mean, there's only really one contesting it for the time being. As it now approaches, they can't even touch it, so they actually carry that over into the next fight, which is a great asset to them.
Yeah, they are going to lose the fight technically, though. Even though they get the objective, you can see with Burn going down, that's 2 players eliminated. And that's going to allow Conrad Weiser to take an aggressive position here. Misato has to be very careful. That's a big shatter, though, 2 down.
Beautiful immortality field to buy a few more seconds, but it is instantly focused down. They will not be able to survive through. A great pickup with Burn giving some assistance in the back with the shuriken damage. Death Blossom coming out in the back to be completely managed with the defense matrix. No real value outside of just getting rid of the autoplay that's instantly rezzed and brought back into play.
I'm interested to see if Chunky Boys actually switches or not, because that was a curious ultimate. That being said, speaking of ultimates, Burn has the Dragon Blade online yet again, and Shadow Elite is making sure to keep that damage amp in the back pocket.
Ooh, Dragon Blade jumping into the back line just outside of that radius. The watch out for the trap! Oh, you missed it. Thank you. Because that's what I was scared of, is now you do get the damage onto the follow-through, but now you've got Monkey Max able to eliminate with that lovely play. So there's no longer the harassment of the Genji in the back line, but the damage is already done. It's opening up these last few meters with 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Sleep comes through, Shatter in addition. A little bit of a block with the shield from the Zarya play, but it's not going to be lasting for too much longer. Great shield to help keep the Reaper alive, but when you're hit by a Bionade, no shotgun shells are going to heal you back up to full. You got to bail out of it. Triple kill, though, comes out by Sin and is being able to actually pull through on this.
That is just the hero play you needed at the very end. The Riptire in full view of the opponent. Burn tried to dash in to eliminate the Junkrat, but was a little too late. And Sinfaster comes in clutch with the 3K. That is what you need now to get below that minute mark and possibly even prevent North Catholic from completing the map.
And with these 60 seconds to go, a lot of damage pumped onto that shield. See some attention, though, to detail, watching that side room with the trap for now to slow the momentum if they do change. Oh, big shatter from the side flank, though. Dealer comes in quickly to try and capitalize on it. A charge away gives some space, and you actually see a great retreat coming through by North Catholic.
Yeah, I like that a lot, actually, from North Catholic. You still have 1 fight remaining. The DMAC does come through, so that's not ideal, but it can charge pretty quickly. Okay, now, actually, I would resurrect. I would commit the resurrect here. To try and get it back, to try and force this fight rather than waiting. Then, in fact, they do so. Good read, excellent stuff from North Catholic here. Oh, that's not... this is a little unfortunate. This quick pickoffs are becoming a bit of a problem.
Oh, self-destruct going to be tossed in. Can he get some value? Sleep on the side. But there is another double kill coming through by the Riptire. That is literally being the game changer with this compositional swap. The Junkrat just weighing so much value. And with these seconds dwindling, the grab is there to make sure that nobody can even touch, locking down the Valk. So they will prevent this conclusion of the round and just be shy of its finishing point.
You just know that the DPS players for Conrad Weiser are hyping up themselves and their team. That's back-to-back fights where you needed the shutdown to come through that was brought in play by the Junkrat, and they did so successfully. And sometimes when you need a hero play, you need a clutch player to come in big. That is the difference maker in these moments, in these playoff games. And Conrad Weiser have given themselves a real chance. All they have to do now is complete Hollywood to take the 2-0 lead.
I mean, it's not a tall order. It really isn't. And with us taking the swap of sides, we'll be curious to see what North Catholic is going to opt to on this defensive position. As we do look to see, it's going to be Green Tea coming out on the Symmetra and Burn with this Ashe play again. That was so devastating before. And honestly, one of the key factors I think that they're going to have to keep an eye on, because if they can continue to allow the Bob to be as generated as fast as it has been, also with just the serious damage that's being laid into this front line, it's going to be a real challenge.
And speaking of real challenge, they actually don't have anything to deny the Dynamite, right? Sure, you can cleanse 2 players, the Zarya and 1 other, but you can't actually deny it. So if Burn can kind of find these angles over the shield, could put a lot of pressure. Just via, damage. Never mind the Bob. The Dynamite can tick a lot of HP away if you're not careful.
Accumulating into a lot every tick across multiple players, as you've got now this high ground position being quickly dominated with a damage boost as well. Nice mitigation, though, since they are going to opt for the D.Va play, so they do have that chance to reduce that damage, as we anticipated originally with the Zarya selection. Now that it is gone, it gives a little bit more agency for them to play aggressively, with a Dynamite aggressively as well. Now going to try and jump in, Bionate onto 2. That is a huge pickup. Oh no, the Mayhem actually gets the support play on the way down. And you're going to see North Catholic aggressively trying to return the favor to Conrad. Conrad on this point has the numbers advantage and also the respawn advantage, but they miraculously get shut down by some stellar Symmetra and Ryan play.
Yeah, Shadow Elite is just is upset at how that went through. The victim of a poor engagement from Conrad Weiser and still goes down. It's like, I didn't do anything wrong. Why am I eliminated? But it comes through. Sinfaster actually gets a trap kind of come through. Does he catch anyone on the rotation, or were they able to escape? I think they were able to escape. You're gonna see a little bit quicker play. Burn again, the Bob available. Look how quickly they generate that ultimate.
Yeah, that was lightning fast, and now prepped and ready for this defensive position to try and hold once again. Up top, the high ground shall be claimed by Conrad. They just need to find the chance to dive into this. Amplification Matrix has been tossed out. Dynamite lands for 2 to get some ticking damage. Riptire, though, is able to eliminate the front line, and Stagger's coming out. If they don't handle this Junkrat, that's going to be a definite capture. They've managed to start to tick, and at this point, they're probably not going to engage this unless they can... They might actually look to try and contest this.
Burn tried to find a pick-off, but couldn't get one. So yeah, I think the win condition was if Burn had gotten an elimination, they would have gone for the play. Wasn't able to get the double eliminate or double headshot onto Sin, and so they're going to reset here and give up the first objective. I think a smarter play overall. Don't overcommit to a fight you're definitely going to lose, or a low percentage fight. Instead, try and take the higher percentage one to give yourself a better chance of victory. Just a smart read here from North Catholic.
Ooh, Bean up top saying, "I see you, friend, and I am going to chase you down." They have their eyes fixated with a shatter now underneath the payload. This is just a whole slew of dominance and just saying, all right, let's unleash the beast and let the Ryan go swing.
The Bean dealer walked up and said hello, and then smacked them aside the head with the hammer and said, okay, goodbye. That's going to be the fight, just won off the back of that early double pick. And I don't know that North Catholic saw the Reinhardt get to the high ground. That's not ideal, and now Sin... Early sound barrier there from Monkey Max. They don't get a lot of value out of it. In fact, get no value out of it as the Junkrat continues to spam from the high ground.
Ooh, photon barrier drop. They take that cross position, so they are going to rotate around, but there is a Riptire. Are they going to be able to evade with the chase from the Kree? Actually gets it over the wall. Gets 2 with it, too. The shield doesn't come up in time, as that will be a checkpoint reached here as they keep all remaining members of North Catholic away to even contest.
Yeah, there's a couple of eliminations here, but ultimately it's a consolation prize and not one that is going to benefit much. Burn is going to slow down this next attack and actually get the DMAC on to the D.Va as well. So Burn and Shadow Elite have successfully slowed down this third phase, which is going to be very important because there is 4 minutes on the clock. And they don't even have to complete the objective, right? They just have to get it to the end point there. You see that yellow check mark out the final bar. And that is all Conrad Weiser need to do here.
Oh, Amp Matrix comes out right as you openly go for a swing. And Masato finds that that's going to be a really uncomfortable time to drop the shield. So you've got this Deadeye available from Burn trying to flee. Nice support, healing to keep him alive to escape towards that defensive position. But they're in the home stretch now, LaFon.
Yeah, assisted by Sinfaster, though. And here's the Deadeye just to provide more space, get everyone hiding behind the cart.
Need to try and see if they can maybe rotate now to the high ground position. Gets a flashbang onto the Reinhardt, but can't manage to get the follow-through to take him down as a Riptire comes in over top, looks for the flank, trying to bob and weave. Beautiful pickup from Burn on the McCree play to prevent that from getting more value, but mid-exchange, you do have the halt and stop on the shatter from Masato and return coming through by Conrad, where they get a shatter of their own. But in the back, you've got some harassment by Burn attempting to work wonders with this Deadeye coming out. Has to get rid of the support play. Can't seem to lock him down as he jumps into the air, but finally gets the pickup. Respawn advantage defensively here for Catholic. Can they manage to come through as there's still so much damage from both this Junkrat and the McCree? Only 4 meters left to go. The golden box is there. Sussy drives into the back line to try and harass it in Lafon. There's a Riptire and a self-destruct to bring us Kingdom Come as they are blown to it. And that will be the last few meters necessary for Conrad to be able to take this map of Hollywood.
We broke one streak, but we're not going to get the second as Conrad Weiser is now 2-0 after 2. A dominant showing there towards the end as they take full control of the series and now solidify themselves in this third map to try and give themselves the victory here. Rich Rad, this was an excellent performance overall from Conrad Weiser, just controlling the tempo of play yet again.
And we are now looking for the 4th consecutive match point as we enter into map 3. We have seen repeat after repeat after repeat after repeat after repeat. Okay, I'm sorry. That was just me repeating. But it is going to be exciting to... I just had to. But we're going to be able to see this third game in just a moment. Map 3 will be coming up in just a moment. Friends that are tuning in, don't go anywhere because we want to see if Conrad can break the mold, or if North Catholic can break the mold and stop Conrad from being able to take another 3-0. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to each and every one of you as we are now here for possibly The final map of the day. I am your caster, Rich Red, here alongside the absolutely spectacular LaFon, as we have had a lengthy day of Overwatch, but there's going to be a lot for us to take away from this next match as we're heading to Junkertown once again, my friend, where we have Conrad Weiser on their match point.
This is the chance for them to take away the entire series right here, right now. And a lot has to be said. This, I think, has been the closest, if not the closest match, then at least tied with the first match of the day in terms of how competitive these teams have been in the moment to moment. You know what I mean? In the fight to fight sort of setup. I think the difference has been Conrad Weiser has just won more fights consistently, and that really is the reason why they're up 2-0 at this point.
And we'll see if they can continue finding those both minor and sometimes large advantages in these engagements to just pull ahead. Because again, it's that micro play that could really change the difference as we evaluate the defensive composition, as we do have both the Sigma and Orisa coming out here with a double shield for Conrad Weiser. And they're looking to actually have the double hit scan here as well with the Ashe and the 76.
Speaking of things to pay attention to, though, Burn is now on the Wrecking Ball, and it's actually Kakashi who's going to move over to the DPS role. So there's no substitute players, but the roles have switched around a little bit. And Burn was a big difference maker on the DPS. We'll see if they can pull up on the tank role as well.
I mean, already getting some stellar positioning with that pile drive with some decent damage, forcing them back into a position that they're not too keen on, with another one soon to follow as they knock up both the DPS players and also putting that Baptiste in a, out of area, as you've got the Rez also bought enough time to get Green Tea back online for this attack. And Sussy down below, attempting with the Sombra to see if they can make it work. Haven't really seen too much of the Sombra play yet from this team, and seeing if it can gain some dividends here, as they are at least getting it pushed up to that archway, but really not finding much more value as Burn just can't seem to get that takedown.
That being said, Burn is still doing the most damage in the lobby. It has the minefield available. So even on a different role, still providing a ton of work for their team. Looking to see that elimination. Yeah, finds it in the back line, and that's going to be a start. Here, I don't know that you can go for that res yet.
It would be too risky. Minefield now going to come out since it was generated so rapidly, as you mentioned, with the amount of damage that Burn is managing to put out into this. As Green Tea looks to try and get that sticky bomb onto the front side, just misses, and the focusing beam a little bit out of position, but that's okay. Hack's still going to come through onto the Sigma, so there should be enough damage with the sticky bombs to dwindle the health value and open up some space to reach this checkpoint as the supports are off to the side. Bob comes in with the Wrecking Ball still harassing from Burn, giving some great pressure. The Rez going to actually be denied for the moment, while still Bob getting some great pickups.
Yeah, here's a big problem now is that the spawns are coming back in, and they favor Conrad Weiser with where the cart is situated. That's a Gravitic Flux, I think, but taken out midway through. And slowly the trades are moving back in into Conrad Weiser's favor.
You can now have Sato kinetic grasping to mitigate the damage on this positioning for the attack, attempting to try and sustain, as you do have Conrad maybe going to be able to get the advantage here. They're trying to do so quite well, and you've got now Tactical Visor online, looking for this backline positioning to get rid of the supports, almost taking them down, but still surviving, and this is just the battle for the ages on this next checkpoint, LaFon.
Burn has come in clutch yet again, and Bean does not get the elimination with the Gravitic Flux, so the Wrecking Ball is still in the backline causing as much damage as possible, and that's going to mean the cart will roll through. You can't let Burn get away for a moment. You let them slip into the periphery of your vision, and all of a sudden your backline is removed. So that is going to herald that first objective turned over to North Catholic High School. Now, I keep an eye out for this next fight, because this EMP has the possibility of just being a fight win by itself, right? Landed on F4 targets, and you get the cleanup damage in there, no abilities to kind of respond, and you have a fight win. That's a big if, but it needs to kind of be the opportunity that NCHS needs for this next fight.
It's a big if, but it's a good if. And the if is going to come out here up top, looking to try and translocate EMP onto 6, actually. Does go down. Is there actually any follow-through on this 6-player EMP? There isn't. they're still pushing this underneath the archway, so they managed to at least gain some distance with it. But now the collapse is going to come through Minefield. I have to give major credit to North Catholic if they are able to persevere through this, despite not being able to gain anything really from that sussy EMP. They're actually doing so. Hack going to come out down below. Is there an attempt for Weiser to keep this payload contested, and still really not out of it just yet.
Here comes the Gravitic Flux, and the accretion misses. So they're going to go right back down to Earth. This is going to be NCHS finally cleaning up, and they get the duplicate in as well.
Yeah, Green Tea comes out trying to counter Dragon, but is stopped because they've stepped so far into the Dragon itself. As Attack Visor comes out from Conrad, and they will be able to hold defensively here.
That is a 6-player EMP that gets no eliminations.
That
feels very bad. That feels so bad. And you know what? It's not even Sasi Kakashi's fault. That is just a good EMP that had no staging from the rest of the team. And it just, they fall prey to the high ground difference there. So NCHS back to the drawing board. They only have the support ultimates in play. We're trying to just knock everyone off the high ground to give themselves more room to work with.
Now you do have the accretion getting the stun and stopping Bean Dealer with the Flux. Beautiful responsiveness, as there's still some harassment in the back line. Burn is actually causing some attention diverted from this frontline position on the balcony, opting to go towards the payload because they can't afford to get back capped right now. So it's causing a little bit of disarray. And North Catholic at this point has to be extremely cognizant to where they can try and get the pickups if they do deviate Conrad from that high ground position. But there's still a lot of presence up top, especially when you have now this rally being active for some fortification on Monkey.
Yeah, that's gonna actually end the fight right there. There is no way to kind of push that high ground, and Monkey Max just continues to put. Yeah, again, the rally is such a great ability at providing sustain, right? The armor mitigates the damage throughput, and that's going to be the reset. Now it's a minute left in play. Here's the Gravitic Flux. Is there going to be any follow-up damage?
Ooh, Immortality Field comes out in time. I thought the double tap plus the slam would be enough, but they just managed to buy enough time. But while that's being used for a personal cooldown, there's still quite a bit of others that are dangerously low. But, you know, I got to give major credit to Conrad here. They are holding this archway with such precision and not allowing any sort of value to come through by North Catholic. But that minefield might just be actually enough to do so. Pushes a little carefully forward. Doesn't want to get picked up here by the McCree play. Can't seem to land those last couple of shots as they redirect their focus onto the support line as the inches continue to dwindle towards this next checkpoint.
The longer this fight goes on, the worse it is for North Catholic. But they finally get the eliminations onto the last couple of staggers to hack onto the pilot, or onto the mech, I should say, to prevent the D.Va from getting any sort of eliminations. They will take the cart over to the third objective, but that is a minute and a half, 90 seconds on the clock, Rich. That is not a lot of time here to close out the hardest point on this map.
No, it isn't, but we've seen some miraculous plays before. So we've got a minute and 20 seconds now, continuing to dwindle. Green Tea has the duplicate, so they are going to look for a prime target to see what they can bring into this and what kind of utility they want to gain. Flux comes out up top, landing it onto 3, into the attack visor combination. Huge shutdown for a multi-kill in the feed. Duplicate comes out as well from Green Tea, which, because of the coordination with the ultimate economy, it's not going to get any value, and they've lost that ultimate as well.
Yeah, and this is now going to put them in a pretty awkward position because they don't really have anything to follow up on this EMP now again, and this is feeling like deja vu, Rich. This EMP, as big as it could be, you don't necessarily see that there's anything to combo with it. Perhaps Burn will be able to get to the minefield, but that is a tough ask here for the main tank.
Sussy now with the EMP again. Deadeye comes out early onto 2. They left themselves vulnerable in the eyes of the Cowboy. And now you've got 20 seconds to go. You have to commit to this. This is so unfortunate that you've lost it. They're attempting to get back in. The EMP is not going to be able to get any value. It's brought down, and now going to have to use this desperation with Burn waiting to re-engage for contention.
Yeah, Burn is going to heal up just to make sure they stay alive. They're going to get in on the last second. That's smart. 3 seconds. Oh, the self-destruct, though. Well played here. That's 2.
They are going to be able to get rid of that. I mean, still overtime is still there, but they've lost so much going into it. A beautifully timed and another 5-player EMP. Unfortunately, not going to have any value gain. You're basically just throwing it out there on a whim. Conrad Weiser is going to be able to... Actually, Gonna have now seeing North Catholic actually continue to spin to win right now until they can get some players back into this.
It's just Burn versus the world as the respawns come through, though. There it gets to the objective, and there's the tactical visor from on high.
Oh, you've got the Immortality Field to buy some more seconds. That's critical for them to keep alive on this, but another pickup. They're still looking to gain some distance. They're not out of it yet, and they want to get every last meter capable.
No, get to the objective! No!
Oh! I was waiting for it. I was like, is it going to happen? Oh.
The gravitic flux. The gravitic flux takes them all off, and as Burn tries to avoid it, it just takes him a little too far off. His chain takes him a little too far away from the objective. And with overtime trending away so quickly, there's nothing the Wrecking Ball player can do. Burn tried their best, made it as close as possible, and just was not enough in the very end. Fighting till the bitter end, though, is Burn and the rest of North Catholic. And yeah. Not to undersell them, though. They still have their defensive end to go, and they did get the cart to that third phase. So, tough it may be. Difficult, absolutely. But a chance exists nonetheless.
Absolutely, as we, once again, this time not breaking the server as we talked about long ago, or crashing the game. I still can't believe that. I would love to be the ones who are like, they're just data testing stuff and being like, let's just have fun with our game. Balloon. Just out of nowhere. But as we do take a look now at the defensive positioning and the composition, we're going to have a little bit more of the Roadhog showing their face again here for some cheeky plays. Levon?
Yeah, I mean, if they're expecting a lot of dive, then Burn can really put pressure right by that hook. So that is a possibility. We'll see if it plays out. We obviously have the benefit of knowing they do not. Burn put to sleep early and then woken up with an anti-nade, so that's a terrible way to wake up.
Especially when you've got to take a breather, waiting just to be used, and patient play will, aid the gamer. Now have that dive in the back line, attempting to try and take down the Torbjorn. Beautiful deflect coming out from Conrad as they are attempting to get back into that high ground position. This is a very scrappy, kind of all over the place positioning, just bobbing and weaving between this high and low ground positioning. The Ana now left vulnerable in the back. Beautiful Bionade to land to give a lot of hesitancy and follow through from the Genji play, as there's already a minute off the clock and still holding near this archway.
We're going to see if there comes the nano boost. They're trying to go for an aggressive play here into the back line. Can't get the elimination, though. The heals are there.
Yeah, the supports are really coming in clutch right now for North Catholic on this defensive position. Sin is not able to get any value with the nano boost, finally getting something towards the end of it, eliminating that Torbjorn play, but the turret still gets the counter pick onto Monkey Max at the back. The support's eliminated. A Dragon Blade comes through, doesn't have the nano boost to couple, but still manages to work their way through the focusing beam and get the elimination.
So many weak targets. The dash resets are able to be generated off a single slash. And that is going to mean that they are going to start rolling Conrad Weiser R into this first objective. I don't know that there's necessarily going to be a cohesive recontest from North Catholic. They're going to try and touch, but this is going to be piecemeal at best.
Yeah, Torbjorn jumps in, just instantly picked off. There is no way to survive through it. They've forced out the duplicate as well from Green Tea. They've reached the checkpoint. They've got a massive time bank to work with, even if this does go awry, but they're still looking to keep it in their favor. Hook, though, comes out by Burn, says, all right, I'm a little tired of this now, and we're going to try and cease your aggression as they take the high ground position. But there's a Nano Genji again with shurikens that will for sure eliminate the big man in the back.
And even though the hook comes through, that damage mitigation is so big. Nice anti there as well. And it's just going to... The smackdown onto the Ana, the disrespect there. Sin coming in with the final two blows, and now 4 minutes on the clock. Again, if the cart hits this second objective, the golden box of victory is not much further past the gates. This needs to be a hold here on second for North Catholic. Elsewise, this series is going to fall apart.
Give it your all and never give up. Supercharger is placed onto that payload to make sure that they can get another Dragon Blade comes through. It may not have the nano boost, but it sure has the supercharger to ensure that there is more than enough given to push to this checkpoint. They want to snowball with a extra boost in time bank. The res comes out as well to keep it a full stack of 6. They just need to get rid of this Mercy, who is valking quite well and evading a massive amount of damage, but it's finally reached with 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
And this is going to be a gargantuan, like a Herculean effort, if you will, to try and prevent this cart from rolling through. That golden box of victory is meters away from where the gates open.
Opting now to go onto this Winston, try and counter that Genji play, preventing any sort of deflect by the bypass. Oh no, they're just overwhelmed. You've lost both tanks. The moments dwindle, the hopes and dreams. The self-destruct gets 2 with the Genji getting another elimination in the back. The meters will reach 0. The golden box obtained, and you will now have Conrad Weiser taking the 4th and final quarterfinal. I was gonna say quad 3-0, but quarterfinals, and still being accurate, all 4 of them 3-0s, as Burn comes out now with the play of the game. Wrecking balls have been stellar today too.
That is going to just be, I mean, Rich, that was spectacular work here from Burn across the board. No doubt in my mind deserving of the highlight there, but alas, it is not a single player game. It is a team effort. And while North Catholic stepped up in in the majority of the maps, Conrad Weiser was just there a little bit quicker to give themselves the victory here, a 3-0 across the board, as you highlighted here in our final series. So too the rest of the night. I'd say let's go over the scores of how everything went down, but we already know it was 3-0, one after another into the 4th. And so our semifinals have been set. We now know who our remaining 4 teams are as we get set to say goodbye to half our teams tonight and see where the rest continue on to glory in the upcoming semifinals later on this weekend.
Yep, they have put forth so much effort, and commend all of those opponents who have to say their fond farewells. And to, again, for those that might be tuning in later, the 4 that are moving on, it will be Mannheim Township Blue. We have LaSalle College Gold, Susquehanna Township Red, and then lastly, which we just played witness to, Conrad Weiser. So we've got all 4 of those teams moving on to the Saturday event for Overwatch, and it has been a day for both of us, LaFon. I mean, we have to give huge shout outs and thanks to all of those that have been tuning in, all on the production side that have been putting on the show. You as an amazing co-caster, as I cannot wait to get into Saturday. But, you know, with that being said, we do also still want to make mention for tomorrow. As you can see on the screen, we actually do have the Rocket League quarterfinals as well for the PIEA moving forward for this 2021 State Esports Championship. To all the players out there, we commend you in all of the work that you have done, but there is still much more to be had for the rest of tomorrow and going into this weekend. So we look to see you for Rocket League at 4 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, 12/9, where Kendo and the Danger Taco are going to bring you through that action. But from us here on the broadcast, take care, happy gaming, and we'll look to see you tomorrow.